Get comfortable. Turn the lights down low. Because for the next 4 hours, we're going to Springfield. Not the Springfield you think you know. Not the one with the couch gag and the donut jokes and the strangling. The other one. The one hiding underneath, full of strange facts and buried details and wild stories that the writers slipped in when nobody was looking. This is 4 hours of Simpsons facts, told slowly, told carefully, the kind of facts you can drift off to and still feel like you learned something when you wake up. Let's go. Section 1. The Secret Language of Springfield. How every background detail tells a story. There's a version of The Simpsons that most people have never actually watched. Not because it's hidden or locked away, not because it requires special access or a collector's edition DVD. It's right there, playing in the background of every single episode, visible to anyone who knows where to look. It runs parallel to the main story, silent and patient, woven into the architecture of Springfield itself. Signs on buildings, books on shelves, newspapers folded on tables, chalkboards in classrooms, business names painted in faded letters above storefronts that flash by in a single frame and never appear again. The people who write The Simpsons have spent 36 years building a second show inside the first one. A show made entirely of background details. A show that rewards the obsessive, the freeze-frame enthusiast, the person who watches an episode 14 times just to read every sign in a crowd scene. And what they built back there, behind the jokes and the plots and the guest stars, is something remarkable. It is a complete, functioning world. Let's start with the most famous category of background detail in the show's history. The chalkboard gag. Every episode of The Simpsons begins the same way. Bart Simpson stands at a chalkboard in his classroom, writing the same sentence over and over as punishment. The sentences change every episode. They are always funny. They are sometimes controversial. They are occasionally deeply weird. And they are, taken together, one of the most complete records of American cultural anxiety that any television show has ever produced. In the early seasons, the chalkboard gags were simple and broad. Things like, "I will not waste chalk." Things like, "I did not see Elvis." Things like, "I will not call my teacher hotcakes." They were quick jokes. They established Bart's character as a chronic troublemaker, the kind of kid who had been in detention so many times that the chalkboard was practically his natural habitat. They were funny, and that was enough. But as the show continued, the gags became something else. They became a kind of running commentary, a way for the writers to communicate directly with the audience before the episode even started. In 1991, the chalkboard read, "I will not defame New Orleans." This was written as an apology of sorts, after a song in an earlier episode had offended residents of that city. The writers put their response not in a press release, not in an interview, but in the opening gag of the following episode, knowing that the people most likely to be paying attention were the people who watched every week and would notice. In 1992, the board read, "I will not conduct my own fire drills." In 1993, it read, "I will not squeak chalk." That one was written specifically because the sound of squeaking chalk was something the writers knew would make audiences physically cringe, which made it funnier in a way that a normal joke couldn't replicate. They were writing for sensation as much as for laughter. The gags got stranger as the show got older. I was not the inspiration for Kramer. That one aired during the height of Seinfeld's cultural dominance. The cafeteria deep fryer is not a hot tub. I will not whittle hall passes out of soap. The principal's toupee is not a frisbee. Dodgeball stops being fun after the first 2 hours. Each one is a miniature story. Each one tells you exactly what Bart did wrong without ever showing you the incident itself. The show trusts you to fill in the blanks. It trusts you to imagine the scenario that led to a child being punished for not counting calories before eating. It trusts you to picture the exact chaos that preceded "I will not grease the monkey bars." In later seasons, the chalkboard gags became genuinely political. "I will not plant subliminal message, obey." That one appeared in a period when the writers were clearly in a combative mood with their network. "I am not a 32-year-old woman." That appeared during a stretch when rumors were circulating about the voices behind the show's characters. "I will not do anything bad ever again" appeared in an episode that was otherwise entirely unrelated to Bart's behavior, which made it feel like an admission of something the audience wasn't supposed to know about. The couch gag works differently, but operates on the same principle. The opening sequence of The Simpsons is one of the most recognizable pieces of animation in the history of the medium. The cloud, the nuclear plant, the town, the school, the family racing home, each one in their own mode of transport, all of them converging on the couch in the living room at exactly the same moment. It is the most watched television opening sequence of all time by pure repetition, and the couch gag at the end of it is the place where the writers have had the most fun over the show's entire history. The early couch gags were simple. The family sits down. Something is slightly wrong. The couch tips over. A duplicate family runs in and takes their seats. The family arrives only to find aliens sitting in their spots. These are 30-second jokes, quick and punchy, designed to make you smile before the story begins. But over time, the couch gag became something else entirely. It became a canvas. It became the place where the show brought in outside artists, where they experimented with different animation styles, where they told tiny, complete stories that had nothing to do with the episode that followed. Banksy, the anonymous street artist, directed a couch gag that was so dark, so unsettling, and so pointed in its criticism of the show's own production, that Fox network executives reportedly had serious concerns about airing it. The gag depicted an Asian sweatshop producing Simpsons merchandise, with children and animals performing grueling labor under terrible conditions, all to produce the very content the audience was watching. It aired. It went viral. And it said something about global supply chains and the entertainment industry in 30 seconds that most documentaries couldn't manage in 2 hours. Guillermo del Toro directed a couch gag that was a comprehensive tour of horror movie history, packed so densely with references that fans are still finding things they missed years later. Don Hertzfeldt, the independent animator, directed one that depicted a corrupted future version of the show in which the Simpson family had been mutated into abstract digital creatures babbling surreal nonsense, which was both one of the funniest and one of the most quietly disturbing things the show has ever produced. There was a couch gag that parodied the opening sequence of Game of Thrones, one that parodied 2001: A Space Odyssey, one that was a recreation of the opening of The Shining, one that was entirely done in the style of a Ren and Stimpy cartoon. The couch gag is where the show remembers that it can do anything it wants. But neither the chalkboard nor the couch is where the show's real background storytelling lives. The real background storytelling lives in the signs. Springfield is a town absolutely covered in signs. Shop fronts, billboards, bumper stickers, marquees, banners, plaques, warning labels, menus, and notices. If you pause any street-level scene in Springfield and read every piece of text in the frame, you will find 3 things consistently. First, you will find jokes that are completely unrelated to the episode you are watching. Second, you will find jokes that are exactly related to the episode you are watching in ways that no character ever points out. Third, you will find jokes that are not jokes at all, but pieces of Springfield lore buried so deep in the background that they function almost as secret messages. The most famous example of background signage storytelling is probably the Springfield Elementary Bulletin Board, which has been used consistently since the show's early seasons to tell you things about the state of American public education that the main plot never addresses directly. Signs announcing bake sales to fund science labs, signs announcing that the school's art program has been canceled and replaced with additional standardized test preparation. Signs offering free tutoring from a student whose name is listed as Bart Simpson, which is a joke that means several things simultaneously. Signs advertising events that have clearly been postponed multiple times, with new dates slapped over old dates in layers, suggesting an administrative chaos that the show never needs to narrate because the bulletin board already told you everything. The businesses of Springfield deserve their own extended conversation because the Springfield business community is one of the most elaborate running jokes in television history. The same storefronts appear in the background for 30 years. The same business names drift by in crowd scenes. And those names, if you stop and read them, reveal a version of Springfield that the plot rarely visits directly. There's a store called Suds McDuff's Pressure Washing and Moonshine. There is a restaurant called The Frying Dutchman, which is where Homer gets banned to be for eating more seafood than the all-you-can-eat buffet was designed to accommodate. There is a gun shop called Bloodbath and Beyond, which is a parody of Bed Bath and Beyond, which tells you everything you need to know about Springfield's retail priorities. There is a used car dealership called Honest Lou's Automobiles, which appears in multiple episodes in various states of dilapidation, suggesting that Honest Lou has been running his dealership for decades, and that the honesty implied by his name has not resulted in particular prosperity. There is a bar called the Rusty Barnacle that exists in the same part of Springfield as Moe's Tavern, suggesting that Moe has competition he has never once acknowledged on screen. The movie theater marquee is one of the show's great recurring background gags. Every time the Springfield cinema appears, the marquee is advertising a different fictional film. And those films, read as a collection over 30 years, form a complete satirical history of Hollywood. Early seasons had titles that parodied the blockbuster culture of the early 90s. Things like Honk If You're Horny, the movie. Things like Space Mutant 6. Things that captured the era's tendency toward franchise sequels and lowest common denominator crowd pleasers. Later seasons had titles that parodied the specific anxieties of the contemporary film industry. Prestige biopics, superhero sequels, films with colons in their titles followed by geographic subtitles that suggested global ambition without geographic specificity. But the marquee also does something more subtle. It occasionally references events that are happening in the episode's main plot, but from the outside, as if the film industry is reacting to Springfield's chaos in real time. When Burns blocks out the sun, the cinema advertises a film called Boisdord, Darkness Falls on America. When Homer gets famous for a brief period, the marquee advertises a documentary about him. The marquee treats Springfield's events as culturally significant. It treats them as stories worth filming, which, from the outside looking in, they obviously are. The Springfield Elementary Library is another deep well of background storytelling. The books on the shelves in the background of school scenes are never random. They are carefully selected titles, most of them fictional parodies of real books, arranged on shelves in ways that reward careful reading. There are science textbooks with titles that reference specific episodes. There are history books with titles that reveal how Springfield's warped version of American history differs from the actual record. There are novels with names that sound exactly like real novels, but aren't quite, occupying that uncanny valley where the parody is close enough to the real thing to make you do a double take. The notice board outside the Springfield Church, which is usually Reverend Lovejoy's domain, is one of the show's most consistently brilliant recurring background gags. The notice board always has a message on it, a sermon title, an announcement, a scriptural reference. And those messages, without exception, manage to be simultaneously sincere religious statements and completely absurd comedy. This Sunday, the Sermon on the Mount, baseball-themed. God welcomes his victims. We are not currently accepting miracle requests due to volume. Sunday, Heaven How to Get There, Monday through Saturday, closed. The board functions as a one-sentence characterization of institutional religion in America, gentle enough to avoid genuine offense, pointed enough to land with anyone who has spent time in a church that takes itself either too seriously or not seriously enough. The gravestones in the Springfield cemetery are a particular obsession of the show's more dedicated watchers. The cemetery appears frequently, both as a location for significant plot moments and as background scenery, and the gravestones visible in crowd scenes are rarely generic. They have names on them. They have epitaphs. And those names and epitaphs, when you read them carefully, tell you stories about Springfield's history that no episode has ever dramatized. People who apparently died in incidents related to the power plant. People who apparently died in incidents related to Homer's various misadventures. Victims of chaos that predates the events of the series. People with names that are obvious parodies of real figures, buried in Springfield because the show needed somewhere to put them. One gravestone that has been in the background of cemetery scenes since the early seasons reads something to the effect of, "Here lies the town's first mayor, who made one mistake." The gravestone doesn't say what the mistake was. It never will. That's the whole joke. And it's a better joke for never being explained. The Springfield nuclear power plant itself is covered in signs. Safety warnings posted so densely that they overlap each other, suggesting that the list of things that could go wrong inside the facility is longer than any one sign could contain. Emergency procedures printed on paper that has been yellowing on the wall since before Homer was hired. Motivational posters hung by someone in management who believed that a cheerful illustration of a cartoon worker with a thumbs up would offset the psychological weight of spending 8 hours a day adjacent to an active reactor core. A plaque near the entrance that commemorates the plant's perfect safety record, which the show occasionally zooms in on to reveal that the number of days without an incident has been updated recently enough to imply that incidents are a regular occurrence. The Springfield Police Department is another location where background signage does heavy lifting. The most wanted board visible through the window of the police station in crowd scenes has never contained the same set of faces twice. The faces on that board are occasionally recognizable as parodies of famous criminals. Occasionally they are parodies of Springfield residents who have done things that probably warranted investigation but were never actually prosecuted. Occasionally they are parodies of the writers themselves, which is the kind of self-deprecating in-joke that requires a pause button and a very good reason to be looking at a fictional wanted board. The Town Square bulletin board has historically been where the writers deposited their most elaborate background jokes because the town square appears in establishing shots frequently enough that dedicated viewers encounter it multiple times per season, which means any joke planted there can pay off over months or years of casual viewing before anyone notices it and posts about it online. One of the most extraordinary examples of background storytelling in the show's entire history involves a single book that appears on the shelf in the background of multiple scenes across different seasons, always slightly obscured, always just visible enough to make out the title if you're looking for it. The book is titled An Unauthorized History of Springfield, and it is never referenced in dialogue. No character ever picks it up, no storyline ever involves it. It just sits on shelves in the background, implying an entire history of the town that the show has never chosen to dramatize. A complete mythology hiding in plain sight that the audience can see but the characters apparently cannot. The Simpsons has also used background TV programming as a storytelling device in ways that most viewers absorb without fully noticing. When characters are in the background of a scene with a television running, the show on that television is almost always relevant. Not relevant in a way that anyone points out. Relevant in the way that a well-placed piece of set dressing is relevant. It adds texture. It deepens the world. It rewards attention. A news broadcast in the background of a dinner scene might be reporting on an event that contextualizes what the characters at the table are about to discuss. A talk show might feature a guest whose topic relates thematically to the episode's emotional core. A commercial might be advertising a product that becomes important 3 scenes later. The background TV programming in The Simpsons is essentially a second layer of foreshadowing that operates entirely below the level of plot. It tells you where the episode is going before the episode gets there. But because it's happening in the background, because your attention is on the dialogue in the foreground, you don't process it consciously. You just feel it, vaguely, as a sense that the world of Springfield is coherent in a way that most fictional worlds aren't. You feel like things happen for reasons. You feel like the universe of the show is paying attention, even when the characters aren't. There's a specific phenomenon that longtime Simpsons watchers call the rule of the background gag, which is not an official term, but describes something real and consistent in the show's approach to visual storytelling. The rule, as fans have reverse engineered it over decades of close watching, is roughly this. If a gag in the background of a scene requires the audience to be paying very close attention to notice it, the gag must be worth the effort. It must pay off the attention it demands. This means that the background gags in The Simpsons are, on average, held to a higher standard of craft than most foreground jokes in lesser shows. A background gag that only 5% of the audience will ever see needs to be exceptional, because the people who see it are the show's most dedicated viewers. They are the people who have watched every episode multiple times. They are the people who read the signs and pause on the books and note the marquee titles and compare them across seasons. They are the people who love the show enough to look for it in the margins, and they deserve to find something they're worth finding. The writers know this. They have always known this. The background of Springfield is not a place where corners are cut. It is a place where the most careful, most dedicated craftspeople on the show deposit the things they are most proud of, precisely because those things will only be found by the people who care enough to look. There is one more category of background detail worth discussing before we move on, and it is perhaps the strangest one. The backgrounds of Springfield occasionally contain things that should not be possible within the logic of the show's universe. Objects that appear in one room and then appear in a completely different room in the same episode, without any character having moved them. Architecture that changes between scenes in ways that suggest the building itself is not stable. Windows that look out onto different views depending on which direction the camera is pointing. Rooms that are demonstrably larger on the inside than the exterior of the building they are contained in would allow. Most of the time, these inconsistencies are accidents. The show produces a tremendous amount of animation at tremendous speed, and continuity errors are inevitable. But some of them are not accidents. Some of them are placed deliberately, and the question of which ones are which is one of the deeper pleasures of watching the show carefully. Every once in a while, you find a detail that is too specific, too consistent across too many episodes to be a mistake. A painting that hangs on the wall of the Simpson living room that changes its subject slightly in every episode it appears in. A clock in the kitchen that consistently shows a time that corresponds to something that happened in the episode you're watching, or in the episode before it, or in the episode that follows. A small thing, a quiet thing, a thing that only exists to reward whoever is watching closely enough to notice it. That is Springfield, a world built with more care than any one person could fully absorb. A world that reveals itself slowly across years and decades of watching, one background detail at a time. The show has been hiding things in plain sight for 36 years, and there are still things hiding there that nobody has found yet. There are still signs nobody has read, books nobody has noticed, marquee titles nobody has recorded. Springfield is still being discovered, even now, even after all this time. And the people who built it knew that would happen. That is why they kept building. If you're enjoying this journey through Springfield, drop a comment below with your time and location. Let us know where in the world you're watching from. And if you haven't already, subscribe. We've got a long, comfortable night ahead. Section 2. The Forgotten Characters. Springfield's lost souls and abandoned storylines. Every long-running television show has them. Characters who were introduced with apparent purpose, who appeared with enough regularity to suggest they were going somewhere, and who then simply stopped appearing. Characters whose storylines were set up and never resolved. Characters who were written out without explanation, or characters who were written in with such specificity that their absence becomes its own kind of mystery. The Simpsons, which has been running for 36 years and produced nearly 800 episodes, has more of these lost souls than any other show in television history. Some of them you remember. Most of them you've forgotten, which is exactly how the show seems to want it. Let's start with the one that bothers the most people once they notice it. Sideshow Bob's brother, Cecil Terwilliger. Cecil was introduced in Season 8 in an episode called Brother from Another Series, and he was played with magnificent theatrical menace by David Hyde Pierce, who was at the time starring in Frasier alongside Kelsey Grammer, who of course voiced Sideshow Bob. The joke was perfect. Two brothers, both theatrical, both British, both plotting. Cecil was introduced as a character who had spent his life living in the shadow of his more famous sibling, resentful of Bob's notoriety, even though Bob had achieved that notoriety through criminal acts rather than genuine achievement. The episode was brilliant. Cecil was brilliant. And the relationship between Cecil and Bob, which was essentially the relationship between Pierce and Grammer translated into Springfield's animated universe, was rich enough with comic potential to sustain years of storylines. Cecil appeared a handful of times after that, never with the same impact, never with the same sense that the writers knew exactly what they wanted to do with him. And then he largely faded out of the show's consciousness, appearing so infrequently that most casual viewers wouldn't be able to tell you the last time he was part of a significant storyline. The character existed. The character worked. The relationship had depth and history and the kind of built-in comedy that comes from two extraordinarily funny performers bouncing off each other within a perfectly calibrated dynamic. And the show moved on anyway. This happens in The Simpsons with a frequency and a casualness that is genuinely remarkable. Lurleen Lumpkin is another example. Lurleen appeared in Season 4 in an episode called Colonel Homer, in which Homer discovers a talented country singer working at a roadside bar and becomes her manager. The episode is one of the show's warmest, most human stories. Lurleen is funny and sad and talented and lonely in equal measure. She falls for Homer, genuinely and perhaps genuinely painfully. And Homer, being Homer, doesn't quite understand what's happening until it's almost too late. He chooses Marge. Lurleen goes back to her life. The episode ends with a quiet kind of grace that the show does occasionally and always beautifully. Lurleen came back. Twice, 3 times maybe, depending on how you count appearances. But she was never developed the way she could have been. And the pieces of her story that the show set up and didn't follow through on are numerous. What happened to her career after Homer? What happened to the songs she wrote about him, which were catchy enough within the show's universe to have made her genuinely famous? What did she do with the longing that the show made so clear was real? The show introduced all of this and then let it sit. Not dramatically. Not with a sense of tragic incompleteness. just the way you let a book sit on a table when you've been interrupted and haven't quite gotten back to it. Lionel Hutz and Troy McClure deserve a gentler treatment because their fading from the show was not a choice but a tragedy. Both characters were voiced by Phil Hartman, who was murdered in 1998, and the show retired both of them out of respect for him. This is not an abandoned storyline in the sense of the others. It is a deliberate act of grief. But the absence of Hutz and McClure from the show's subsequent 30 years is felt constantly by anyone who remembers what they were. Hutz, the catastrophically incompetent attorney who nonetheless managed to always be available when Springfield's residents needed legal representation, was one of the show's great comic inventions. Every scene he was in had the same quality. The quality of watching a man operate with complete confidence in a field where confidence was the only thing he had. Troy McClure was different. Troy McClure was the show's commentary on Hollywood itself, on the strange half-life of minor celebrity, on the ecosystem of commercials and industrial training films and direct-to-video releases that sustained careers that had mostly burned out somewhere between a promising debut and the present day. He introduced himself constantly, and he always named two projects you had not heard of. Hi, I'm Troy McClure. You may remember me from such films as The Contribulous Fabtraption of Professor Horatio Huffnagel and They Came to Burgle Carnegie Hall. The joke is the specificity. The joke is the absolute confidence with which he delivers the names of things that are clearly not real. And the joke stopped on the night of May 28, 1998, and the show has been quieter ever since. There is a character named Mindy Simmons who appeared in Season 5 and who represents one of the most genuinely interesting abandoned storylines in the show's history. Mindy was Homer's co-worker at the nuclear plant, played by Michelle Pfeiffer, and the episode she appeared in, The Last Temptation of Homer, is one of the show's most emotionally sophisticated examinations of marriage. Homer and Mindy are shown to be perfectly compatible. Everything she likes, he likes. Everything she says resonates with him. The attraction is real, and the episode treats it that way, without dismissing it as shallow or pathetic. And then Homer chooses Marge, as he always does, and Mindy disappears from the show completely. But here's the thing about Mindy's disappearance. She still works at the plant. The show never established that she quit or was fired or moved away. She just stopped being in the story. Which means that Homer goes to work every day at a facility where a woman he is powerfully attracted to also works, and the show has simply chosen not to dramatize that ongoing situation. It resolved the immediate romantic tension and left the structural situation in place. This is either a continuity oversight or it's a deliberate storytelling choice that makes Homer's life genuinely more complicated than the show usually acknowledges. Either way, Mindy Simmons is somewhere in Sector 7G, and nobody has asked her how she's doing in about 30 years. The rich kid who appears in the early seasons, the one with the fancy birthday parties, and the obvious contempt for his less wealthy classmates, is a character who seems to have been set up as a recurring antagonist for Bart, in the way that Nelson Muntz was a recurring antagonist, but from the other direction, from above rather than from below. He drifted away. His storylines were absorbed partly by characters who already existed and partly just dropped. The setup was there. The social commentary waiting to be made was there. The show moved on. Frank Grimes, the man who died of exhaustion trying to prove that Homer Simpson should not have the life Homer Simpson has, is the most dramatic example of what happens when the show introduces a character whose entire purpose is to force a confrontation with the logic of Springfield's universe. Grimes was introduced in Season 8 in an episode called Homer's Enemy, which is widely considered one of the most extraordinary episodes of television the show ever produced. Grimes is a man who has worked hard his entire life and received nothing for it, who pulled himself up from poverty through education and effort, and ended up at the bottom of the nuclear plant's hierarchy, subordinate to a man who has never worked hard a day in his life and has received everything for it. Grimes cannot process this. The episode builds his frustration until it is explosive and tragic and genuinely uncomfortable to watch, which was the point. The point was to introduce someone from outside the logic of Springfield, someone governed by the rules of the real world, where effort and merit matter, and show what happens when that person encounters the enchanted immunity from consequence that Homer has always enjoyed. Grimes goes mad. He dies. He is forgotten by the next episode. And there is a final scene at his funeral where Homer falls asleep and everyone laughs. That is either the show's darkest moment or a joke in poor taste, depending on how generously you are feeling. Frank Grimes Jr. appeared in a later episode, seeking revenge for his father's death, which implies that Frank Grimes had a son and a life outside the single episode that contained him. A whole existence that the show acknowledged and then moved on from. This pattern of introducing depth and then retreating from it, of offering backstory and then declining to explore it, is one of the things that makes Springfield feel both fully real and fundamentally unknowable at the same time. There is a character referred to in the show's canon as the Yes Guy, a stock character who appears in background scenes and who produces an exaggerated Y-E-E-S sound whenever anything is affirmed in his vicinity. He has no name. He has no backstory. He has no storyline. He is a pure joke, a sound effect attached to a visual, and he appears in the background of hundreds of episodes across dozens of seasons without ever graduating to foreground status. And yet, the Yes Guy has fans. Dedicated, passionate fans who have noted his appearances, tracked his locations across episodes, built theories about his origins and his purpose. He is beloved precisely because he is nothing but a gag, which means everything about him is pure. There is no complexity to disappoint you. There is only the yes. Moving further back into the canon, there is a period in the show's history where a recurring character named Jessica Lovejoy, Reverend Lovejoy's daughter, appeared with apparent intention of becoming a significant presence in Bart's social world. She was introduced as the bad girl to Bart's bad boy, a character who was actually more transgressive than Bart, while pretending not to be, which wrong-footed him completely and created a dynamic that was genuinely interesting. She appeared. She created chaos. She disappeared. The show spent an episode establishing that Bart Simpson, the most notorious troublemaker in Springfield Elementary's history, had met someone who made him look tame. And then nothing. The Simpsons has a complicated history with female characters generally. Not the core female characters, who are among the show's best developed and most beloved figures, but the female characters who appear in supporting or recurring roles. The show has introduced dozens of them over the years with apparent intention, and a disproportionate number of them have faded out more quickly than their male counterparts. This is something the show's own writers have in later years acknowledged and attempted to address, but the archive of abandoned female characters is extensive and worth sitting with for a moment. Patty and Selma Bouvier, Marge's sisters, are among the show's great secondary characters, but even they have storylines that were set up and never completed. Patty's sexuality was hinted at for years before it was explicitly addressed, and when it was addressed in a way that felt slightly rushed, as if the show had been circling the subject for so long that it had to land somewhere definitive, whether or not the landing was perfectly calibrated. Selma's desire for a child, which was a thread running through many episodes over many seasons, was resolved in an episode where she adopts a Chinese child, which should have been a major turning point for her character, and instead felt like a conclusion that arrived before the setup was fully complete. Even Apu Nahasapima Petalon, who was for years one of the show's most prominent supporting characters, has a story that ended in a way that raises questions. The show never answered. Apu was the subject of significant criticism in the 2000s. Criticism that was not entirely wrong and that the show's response to was widely considered inadequate. He gradually disappeared from episodes without the show ever directly addressing the criticism or giving the character a genuine send-off. He is somewhere in Springfield, behind the counter of the Quickie Mart, and the show has just decided to look away. This pattern of disappearance without explanation, of characters fading out without ceremony, is one of the genuinely strange things about The Simpsons, when you step back and look at the full 36 years of it. The show has created more human beings than any other fictional universe in the history of animated television. Springfield is packed with people, all of them specific, all of them distinct, all of them real in the way that the best cartoon characters are real, clearly drawn from someone's particular observation of someone particular they have actually known. And most of those people, most of Springfield's population, have been given a moment and then left standing on a corner somewhere in the background, waiting for a plot that never comes back for them. Dr. Nick Riviera is the perfect example. Dr. Nick, the catastrophically underqualified physician whose medical advice is freely available to Springfield's uninsured, has been one of the show's most reliable comic presences since the early seasons. His catchphrase, his willingness to perform procedures he clearly doesn't understand, his relationship with the mainstream medical establishment that is essentially that of a person who has heard of medicine and thought it sounded like a reasonable career, all of this has made him one of the most quoted minor characters in the show. And yet, Dr. Nick has no backstory. We don't know where he went to medical school, or if he went to medical school, or what series of choices and circumstances led him to Springfield's medical underworld. We don't know if he has a family, or ambitions, or a quiet private despair about the gap between the doctor he intended to be and the doctor he became. He is pure gag. He is the joke that never goes deeper than its first layer. But here's the thing about Dr. Nick and about all the forgotten characters and about all the abandoned storylines. The shallowness is not failure. The shallowness is design. Springfield works the way it works because the characters in the background are just specific enough to feel real, but just vague enough to feel universal. Dr. Nick is every bad doctor you've ever been warned about. Sideshow Cecil is every overlooked sibling who internalized that feeling of being second best. Lurleen is every talented person who almost made it and then didn't. Frank Grimes is every honest, hard-working person who looked at the world and found it fundamentally unjust. These characters don't need complete backstories because they are already complete as archetypes. The show drew them from life, from recognizable human patterns, and then left them at exactly the right depth to let the audience project onto them. The forgotten characters of Springfield are not forgotten because nobody cared about them. They are forgotten because they served their purpose. They came in, they illuminated something true about the world, they left, and the town closed around them the way water closes over a stone. Springfield doesn't keep records of its population. It doesn't maintain continuity for its residents the way it maintains continuity for its stars. The background of the town is full of people who came and went and were absorbed into the general noise of a community that is always too busy surviving to do a proper accounting of its losses. There is one more forgotten character worth ending this section with. One who is perhaps the most poignant of all. You almost certainly don't remember the name Leon Kompowski. Leon appeared in a single episode in the show's third season. He was Homer's roommate in a mental institution, a large man who believed he was Michael Jackson, and who spent the episode helping Bart write a birthday song for Lisa. The episode was remarkable. It was tender and strange, and the voice of Michael Jackson was actually provided by a look-alike rather than Jackson himself, though Jackson wrote his own speaking lines uncredited, which is a detail so strange that it sounds fictional, but is actually true. Leon was everything the show's forgotten characters are at their best. He was specific and strange and deeply human, and his story was told in 42 minutes, with a beginning and a middle and an end, and then he was gone. The episode ended. The institution was left behind, and Homer went home, back to Evergreen Terrace, back to the couch, back to the life that never changes. Somewhere in the Springfield State Psychiatric Hospital, Leon Kompowski is probably still there. Still singing. Still believing he is someone he is not. Still waiting, maybe, for someone to come back and visit. The show will never return to him. The show has hundreds of other people to not return to. That is Springfield. A town full of people who were real for 42 minutes and then became part of the background, part of the world behind the world. Still there, still breathing, still waiting for the story to remember them. Section 3, the writer's room. Harvard nerds, inside jokes, and the chaos behind the curtain. There's a story, well documented and frequently told by the people who were there, about the early years of the Simpsons writer's room that goes something like this. Matt Groening was pitching the show to Fox executives. He had prepared animated segments. He had character designs. He had, in his head, a complete vision for what this show would be. The Fox executives were enthusiastic but cautious, in the way that television executives are always cautious, always measuring enthusiasm against risk. And one of them asked the question that television executives have been asking since the medium was invented. Who is your audience? Groening thought about it. The Simpsons was a show about a working-class family in a medium-sized American city. The father was dumb but loving. The mother was patient but not passive. The children were specific rather than generic. The world around them was satirical, drawn from observation, recognizable to anyone who had ever lived in a town with a power plant and a church and a bar and too many fast food restaurants. Who is the audience? The answer was everyone. The answer was America. The answer was so broad that it could have been a pitch for anything. And so it had to be made specific through a quality that the show had and that most shows didn't. The quality was that the writers actually knew things. The Simpsons writers' room in its golden era, roughly seasons 3 through 10, contained an extraordinary concentration of formally educated, intellectually curious people who had found their way into television comedy through pathways that had nothing to do with television comedy. John Swartzwelder, the show's most prolific writer with 59 scripts to his name, had a background in advertising. He was famously reclusive, eventually writing his scripts from a diner booth because he preferred the company of a counter, a cup of coffee, and a waitstaff that didn't require him to speak. He wrote some of the show's most perfectly constructed episodes and then disappeared from public life with such thoroughness that for years some fans speculated he might not be a real person. George Meyer, who many people who know the show consider its secret architect, the person whose sensibility most deeply shaped what The Simpsons was and what it could be, had studied at Harvard. He had contributed to National Lampoon. He had worked in ways that were broad and varied and not specifically pointed toward a career writing animated television. When he arrived at The Simpsons, he brought with him a particular quality of absurdism that was rooted in genuine literary sensibility. His jokes were not just funny. They were structured in ways that rewarded attention, that carried thematic weight, that worked on multiple levels simultaneously. The best Simpsons jokes are often Meyer jokes, which is why they don't quite feel like jokes in the traditional sense. They feel like the truth wearing a comedy costume. The Harvard connection is real, and it is important, and it is frequently brought up in discussions of the show's quality, and it is also sometimes overemphasized in ways that flatten what actually made those writers exceptional. Having gone to Harvard doesn't make you funny. Having gone to Harvard doesn't give you the particular quality of attention to human behavior that the best Simpsons writing requires. What Harvard gave the show's writers was something more structural. A training in how to take ideas seriously, how to do research, how to make arguments that hold together. how to build something that works at the level of both craft and concept. The jokes were funny because the people writing them cared about being funny and worked at it relentlessly. But the jokes were also true because the people writing them cared about being true and were honest enough with themselves to tell the difference. The early writers' room had a culture of extreme competitiveness that was also, paradoxically, extremely collaborative. Writers were encouraged to pitch aggressively, to defend their jokes, to fight for their ideas against a room of smart people who would challenge them. The culture was adversarial in the way that good comedy writing rooms often are, because the adversarial environment forces the work to get better. A joke that can survive a room full of people trying to break it is a joke that will survive an audience. But the culture also had a quality of genuine delight in shared knowledge that was unusual for television comedy. Writers would come into the room with research they had done, not because a script required it, but because they had found something interesting and wanted to put it in the show. Historical facts that seemed too obscure to work as comedy material until someone found the angle. Scientific concepts that seemed too complex to translate into a cartoon gag until someone found the right level of specificity. Literary references that seemed too elevated for a show about a dumb guy who works at a nuclear plant until someone found a way to make them feel earned. This is why The Simpsons educated so many people about so many things without the audience noticing they were being educated. The jokes were about real things. The parodies were of real works. The references were to real events and real people and real ideas. And when the show referenced them, it referenced them accurately enough that a viewer who went to check could verify what they had heard and learn something in the process. The episode where Lisa gets interested in the works of writer Orel Hershiser, which is an episode about intellectual precocity and the loneliness that comes with it, required writers to actually be familiar with the subject matter well enough to write about it convincingly. The episode where Homer discovers a composer named Johann Sebastian Johansson, a fictional Baroque composer who composed a fictional symphony that Homer becomes obsessed with, required writers who understood enough about Baroque music to make the parody accurate enough to be funny to people who knew the real thing. There is a story about an episode in the show's early seasons that required a specific piece of information about the history of labor relations in the American steel industry. And the writer who had the script researched it with such thoroughness that when the episode aired, viewers who worked in the steel industry reported that the details were more accurate than they had expected from a cartoon. The writers weren't trying to be educational, they were trying to be right, because being right is funnier than being wrong. Because when you get the detail correct, the joke lands on solid ground instead of wobbling. The culture began to change as the show entered what many viewers consider its less golden era. The original writers aged out, moved on, became showrunners on other projects, or novelists or recluses writing from diner booths. New writers came in, writers who were themselves products of a culture that had been shaped by The Simpsons, which created an interesting recursive problem. How do you write a show that influenced everything you know about comedy when the thing you are trying to preserve is a quality that came from its creator's relationship to a world that existed before the show? The new writers knew the show. They loved the show. What they didn't have was the accumulated texture of experience that had made the original writer's jokes feel so specific and so true. Al Jean, who has been showrunner for the majority of the show's existence, has been the most consistent presence in the writer's room over the decades, which means he has had to navigate this transition more directly than anyone. His approach has been pragmatic and honest in ways that have earned him both respect and criticism. He has acknowledged that the show changes. He has acknowledged that some of those changes are losses. He has also continued to make the show, continued to bring in writers who care about it, continued to look for the moments where The Simpsons can still do something that no other show can do. The inside jokes in the show's history are numerous and are one of its most endearing qualities for people who pay close attention. The names of characters often contain private jokes about people the writers knew or worked with. The fictional films and television shows referenced by Marchand in the background often satirize specific productions that the writers had personal reasons to find amusing or irritating. The names of lawyers and doctors and minor officials in Springfield are occasionally those of real lawyers and doctors, and minor officials whom some writer had reason to immortalize in animation. Swartzwelder's episodes in particular are full of private jokes and running gags that play entirely within his own work and nowhere else in the show. Characters who appear in one of his episodes and then appear again in another, as if they exist in a continuous Swartzwelder universe that runs parallel to the main Springfield. Jokes structured in ways that only make complete sense if you have read the same things Swartzwelder has read, which based on the references is a wide and peculiar reading list that includes Pulp Fiction, political history, old radio comedy, and a quantity of Americana that suggests deep and genuine love for a version of the country that has always existed more in imagination than in fact. The writer's room also produced some of its best work under specific kinds of constraint. The show's most celebrated episode, Cape Fear, which featured Sideshow Bob returning to terrorize the Simpson family and culminating in a boat journey, a tent stake, and an extended rendition of HMS Pinafore, was produced partially because the episode had been deemed too short. The Pinafore sequence was added to fill time. The joke, which involves Bob being required to sing the entirety of a Gilbert and Sullivan operetta because Bart keeps requesting more, goes on for so long that it stops being funny and becomes something else, something stranger and more satisfying. Something that demonstrates what happens when a comedy holds a single joke for long enough that the audience's resistance breaks down entirely and they are forced to find the thing genuinely funny regardless of whether they intended to. This is a technique that the best Simpsons writers understood and used deliberately. The joke that goes on too long becomes its own kind of statement. It says, "We know this should be over by now. And we know you know it should be over. And we are going to keep going until the discomfort turns into something else." The audience's laughter at the end of the Pinafore sequence is not the same quality of laughter as the laughter at the beginning. It is deeper and stranger and more relieved. The laughter of a person who has been through something and come out the other side. The writers have talked in various contexts about the way the show's constraints shaped its creativity. The budget constraints of early animation, which meant that stories had to be told through character and dialogue rather than through elaborate set pieces. The time constraints of a 22-minute format, which meant that every beat had to earn its place. The network constraints, which varied over the years from strict to less strict to occasionally permissive in ways that produced some of the show's most surprising moments. There was a period in the show's history when the writers actively tested what they could get away with. Not in an irresponsible or cynical way, but in the way that any creative person tests limits, by pushing until something pushes back and then learning from where the push came. The results of this testing are scattered throughout the show's middle seasons, in moments that feel slightly more dangerous than the show's reputation would suggest, slightly more willing to commit to a dark place or a complicated idea than a family animated comedy has any particular obligation to be. The writers who were there for the show's longest continuous run have described the experience of The Simpsons in ways that suggest it became something larger than any individual contribution to it. They describe the feeling of working on something that had its own momentum, its own rules, its own internal logic that was more demanding than any external standard. The best Simpsons episodes feel inevitable, as if they could not have been any other way, as if the story they tell is the only story those characters could have told in that situation. That quality of inevitability is not an accident. It is the product of a room full of people who cared enough about the show to argue about it with genuine intensity, to reject the first version in favor of the better version, to keep working until the thing was as good as it could be. The writer's room also absorbed a significant number of people who went on to create significant things of their own, which makes the show's alumni network one of the more remarkable creative genealogies in American entertainment. Conan O'Brien wrote for The Simpsons before he became a late-night institution. He brought to the show a quality of commitment to the absurd that produced some of its most bizarre and wonderful moments. His episodes have a particular texture, a willingness to follow a logic to its strangest possible conclusion without flinching. That is identifiable even to viewers who don't know he wrote them. The connection between the writer's room and the broader culture of American comedy is one of the things that makes The Simpsons uniquely positioned to comment on that culture. The show was created by people who are deeply embedded in American comedy and American culture, who understood the machinery of both from the inside, who knew how the jokes were built and why they worked, and what they said about the people who told them and the people who laughed at them. When The Simpsons satirized television, it was being satirized by people who worked in television. When it satirized comedy, it was being satirized by comedians. When it satirized the entertainment industry's relationship with its audience, it was being satirized by people who were simultaneously part of that industry and deeply ambivalent about what that meant. That ambivalence is one of the show's defining qualities and one of its great strengths. The writers loved the medium they worked in and were suspicious of it in equal measure. They loved their audience and knew that the audience could be made to accept things it probably shouldn't, and they held that knowledge with visible discomfort. The best Simpsons episodes have a quality of self-awareness that stops just short of becoming self-indulgent, that acknowledges the artifice of what they are doing without letting that acknowledgement undermine the emotional reality they are also trying to achieve. This is a very hard thing to do. Most shows that try to be self-aware end up being cute about it in ways that close off the emotional access rather than opening it. The Simpsons, at its best, managed to be knowing and sincere simultaneously, which is the rarest of creative achievements and the hardest to sustain. That it sustained it for as long as it did is the writer's room's greatest accomplishment, and the thing that distinguishes the show from everything that came after it, including the many things that came after it that tried to replicate what it did. Section 4. The Guest Star Vault. Every wild celebrity story you never heard. The history of guest appearances on The Simpsons is long enough to fill several books, and strange enough that several books probably should have been written about it by now. The show has hosted more celebrities, more musicians, more athletes, more politicians, more writers, more scientists, and more people who are famous for reasons that are difficult to explain than any other television program in history. Over 800 episodes, the list of guest voices reads like a comprehensive catalog of everyone who was notable in American life during the last 3.5 decades, organized not by profession or genre, but by when the show needed someone specific to play a character who required that specific kind of person. The Simpsons changed the rules for what a guest appearance on a television show could be, and the story of how it changed those rules begins with a single decision made in the show's early seasons. The decision that guest stars would play characters, not themselves. Or rather, that when they played themselves, they would play exaggerated versions of themselves, or subverted versions, or versions in which the audience's expectations of who they were would be deliberately confounded in the service of comedy. This decision was not universal from the beginning. The very earliest celebrity appearances on the show were relatively conventional. A famous musician shows up. A famous athlete makes a cameo. The humor derives primarily from the incongruity of this real person in this animated world, and from whatever the real person brings in terms of their public persona. But relatively early in the show's history, the writers discovered something more interesting. The funny thing is not having a celebrity show up and be themselves. The funny thing is having a celebrity show up and be something unexpected. The funny thing is Bette Midler helping Homer fight pollution while demonstrating physical capability that is surprising coming from someone of her stature. The funny thing is Aerosmith appearing in a Springfield bar and being treated as if they are mildly inconvenient rather than legendary. The writers developed a specific approach to celebrity casting that became one of the show's most distinctive qualities. They would identify what the audience expected from a particular celebrity, and then they would write the celebrity doing either the opposite of that or a heightened and bizarre version of it in ways that were both funny about the celebrity and funny about the audience's relationship to celebrities in general. Michael Jackson's appearance in Season 3 is the most famous example and the most complicated one because of everything that has happened since. Jackson provided his own speaking voice, uncredited, playing a character named Leon Kompowski who believed he was Michael Jackson. The voice was Michael Jackson's real speaking voice, which was notably different from his performing voice, which was part of the joke, part of the strange layering of the bit. Jackson loved The Simpsons. He had sought out the connection. He contributed material including the birthday song that the character sings to Lisa, which within the episode's universe becomes a #1 hit. The episode is sweet and strange, and it earned the love of everyone who saw it when it aired. The story of Paul McCartney's appearance is less dramatic, but perhaps more revealing about how the show's casting process worked at its most ideal. McCartney agreed to appear on the condition that Lisa would remain a vegetarian after the episode. This was a genuine condition, not a joke condition, and the show agreed to it, and Lisa has been a vegetarian for every episode since then. Which means that Paul McCartney, through a single negotiating condition on a guest appearance, permanently altered the trajectory of one of the show's main characters in a way that has had implications for dozens of episodes across 20-something subsequent seasons. The vegetarianism became part of who Lisa is. It became a source of stories, of conflicts, of moments that defined her relationship with her family and her community. And it all started with a condition attached to a guest appearance. This is not unusual. The Simpsons has a history of celebrity involvement shaping the show in ways that go beyond the episode of the appearance. The musicians who appeared on the show in its early seasons and contributed original songs frequently wrote material that exceeded the requirements of the episode and then negotiated its use in ways that gave them unusual creative control over how their music was presented in an animated context. The writers who appeared as themselves, or as analogs of themselves, occasionally used the platform to comment on their own work or their own reputations in ways that a more conventional appearance would not have permitted. The story of Johnny Cash as the voice of the coyote who leads Homer on a spiritual vision quest in the episode El Viaje Misterioso de Nuestro Homer is one of the show's great behind-the-scenes stories. Cash was in a period of extraordinary late-career resurgence when he appeared on the show in the middle of recording the American recording series with Rick Rubin that would redefine his legacy. His voice, already one of the most recognizable in American music, had by that point taken on additional qualities from age and experience that made it sound less like a human voice and more like a natural phenomenon like wind or water or something that had been there before you arrived and would be there after you left. When Cash delivered the lines of the Spirit Coyote, which included some of the show's most genuinely beautiful writing about the nature of soulmates and the search for connection, he delivered them with a weight that the writing alone could not have achieved. The episode is emotional in a way that is surprising for a show that is primarily a comedy. And the emotion is real because Cash made it real, because he brought to the abstract sentiment of the script the kind of grounded humanity that only comes from someone who has actually lived long enough and lost enough and found enough to know what the words mean from the inside. Lightning McQueen was not a guest on the show. That is not a Simpsons reference. Forgive the momentary drift. Let's return to the guest star vault. Stephen Hawking appeared multiple times on The Simpsons, and the story of his appearances is one of the most wonderful in the show's history. Hawking, who was by any measure one of the most famous scientists in the world, and who had a public presence that was simultaneously awe-inspiring, and because of the nature of his communication, slightly unknowable, turned out to be a devoted fan of the show. He sought out the appearances. He enjoyed the comedy. He was particularly pleased by the running joke in which his motorized wheelchair was equipped with various outlandish attachments, including a boxing glove mechanism that he used to punch Homer, which is a joke that requires you to understand both the cultural weight of Hawking's reputation and the specific physical reality of his situation, and to find genuine comedy in the gap between those two things. Hawking also contributed to the show's long tradition of scientists and mathematicians, appearing in ways that brought genuine subject matter to the comedy. The Simpsons has always been willing to be technically accurate about mathematics and science in ways that are unusual for a comedy show, and having Hawking appear meant that the show could put authentic voice to authentic concepts in ways that were funny without being dumbed down. His appearances are among the show's most beloved precisely because they combine the absurdity of his situation in Springfield with the genuine substance of what he represented in the real world. The musician guest appearances have a complicated history because the show's relationship with popular music, which we will explore more fully in a later section, is one of its most interesting and sometimes most fraught dynamics. The musicians who appeared on the show were generally enthusiastic. They were fans. They brought their genuine personalities to the material. And the writers generally gave them material that was worthy of their presence, which is not something that can be said about every television show that has tried to incorporate living music legends into its storylines. Mick Jagger and Keith Richards both appeared, playing themselves, in an episode that treated them with exactly the right combination of reverence and absurdism. The reverence acknowledged that they were genuinely legendary. The absurdism acknowledged that they were also, at that point in their careers, something close to geological features of the rock landscape, permanent, largely immovable, shaped by forces that had spent decades acting on them. The episode found the comedy in the gap between their legendary status and their actual behavior, which was the behavior of people who had been doing the same thing for so long that it had become entirely natural to them, which is funnier than any joke could be. Tom Jones appeared and sang. Elvis Costello appeared and sang. Smashing Pumpkins appeared and were treated with a combination of respect for their artistry and mild amusement at their particular brand of earnest intensity that was, given the year and the cultural moment, exactly right. Fish appeared and played. The White Stripes appeared and played. Bart and Jack White had a musical conversation that was one of the more unexpected couplings the show has ever produced. Tenacious D appeared and were treated as gods within Springfield's alternative music scene, which is a joke that works only if you know exactly who Jack Black and Kyle Gass are and what they mean to a specific generation of music fans. The sports guests have their own particular flavor. Joe Namath appeared, and his presence created a specific kind of comedy that derives from the weight of athletic legend meeting the banality of suburban Springfield life. Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens and the other athletes of the early seasons were used in ways that were generally simpler than the musicians, generally more reliant on the audience's pre-existing relationship with the guests' public personas, because athletes in that era had less complex public profiles than musicians and could be deployed more straightforwardly. This changed as sports culture became more complicated. The show's relationship with athletes in later seasons is more nuanced because athletes themselves had become more nuanced public figures. The arrival of social media meant that athletes had public personalities that were more complex than their on-field reputations, which gave the show more material to work with, but also more risk. Because the show's relationship with celebrities works best when the celebrity is a known quantity, and worst when the celebrity is still in the process of defining themselves publicly. The political guests are perhaps the most fascinating category, partly because politics is the arena where The Simpsons has always been most careful and most deliberate, and partly because having a real politician appear on a cartoon comedy show carries specific implications that having a musician appear does not. When a musician plays themselves on The Simpsons, the worst case is that the appearance dates badly as the musician's cultural relevance changes. When a politician plays themselves on The Simpsons, the appearance says something about the politician's self-image, their relationship with popular culture, their willingness to be part of something that might make fun of them. George H.W. Bush, who was in the midst of a public feud with the show over a speech he gave about American family values that explicitly contrasted the Bushes with the Simpsons, never appeared on the show. But he became part of its mythology through the episode in which the Simpsons family moves in next door to the former president. The episode is a masterclass in how to engage with political reality without being explicitly partisan, how to use the situation of a fictional family versus a real president to say something true about class, celebrity, and the American tendency to treat its politicians as neighbors, even when they manifestly are not. Bill Clinton appeared in the show's universe in ways that were always affectionate, which reflected the show's general orientation toward his presidency, though affection never prevented the show from finding the jokes that were available. Tony Blair appeared. Various world leaders appeared in the show's broader universe, if not always in direct guest appearances, treated with the show's characteristic combination of mild reverence for the office and total willingness to find the person inside the office ridiculous. The late career celebrity cameos, the appearances that came in seasons 15 through 25, when the show had been running long enough that appearing on The Simpsons had become a rite of passage for a certain type of cultural figure, have a different quality from the early appearances. The early guests were appearing on a show that was new and vital and slightly dangerous. The later guests were appearing on an institution, and appearing on an institution is a different act from appearing on a frontier. It is more comfortable and less exciting, and it produces work that is more comfortable and less exciting, which is not a criticism so much as an observation about what happens to anything that runs long enough to become part of the permanent furniture. The exceptions to this are the guests who came in later seasons and who brought something genuinely unexpected to the material. Guests whose presence was surprising enough, or whose engagement with the material was deep enough, that the episode they appeared in felt like it could have aired in the show's golden years without seeming out of place. There are more of these than the show's critics would like to acknowledge, and they are worth finding, worth watching with fresh attention, because they demonstrate that the thing that made The Simpsons great was never just the era it existed in. It was the quality of care brought to the work, which is independent of when the work was done and dependent entirely on who was doing it and why. The most touching guest appearance in the show's history, by many accounts, is not from a famous musician or a beloved actor. It is from a child. A child who wrote to the show asking if Bleeding Gums Murphy, Lisa's jazz mentor who had died in an earlier episode, could come back. The show did not bring Bleeding Gums Murphy back, but they did respond to the child. And the story of that correspondence, which has been circulated in various forms by people who were there for it, captures something essential about the relationship the show had with its audience at its best. The sense that the people making the show knew that it mattered to real people in real ways, and that they held that knowledge with a seriousness that did not diminish the comedy, but gave it weight. Section 5, The Food of Springfield. Krusty Burgers, Pink Donuts, and the Secret Menu of America. Food is the language of the Simpsons. This is not a metaphor. It is a structural observation about how the show uses food as a carrier of meaning, character, emotion, and social commentary in ways that are so consistent and so deliberate that you can reconstruct much of the show's worldview simply by cataloging what its characters eat, how they eat it, and what the eating means within the context of the story being told. Homer Simpson's relationship with food is the most studied case, and rightly so, because it is the most extreme and the most revealing. Homer's appetite is not merely enthusiastic, it is existential. Food for Homer is not sustenance, and it is not pleasure in the conventional sense. It is completion. It is the thing that fills whatever the shape of the emptiness inside him is, temporarily and imperfectly, but with such reliable immediacy that it has become the fastest and most consistent route to whatever Homer experiences as satisfaction. The donut is the central icon of this relationship. Homer's love of donuts is so well established that it has become one of the most recognized character traits in the history of animation. And it has been used by marketers and cultural commentators and theorists of various kinds to represent everything from simple gluttony to the spiritual hunger of the American middle class. But within the show itself, the donut is more specifically Homer's relationship with comfort. He eats donuts when he is happy. He eats donuts when he is sad. He eats donuts as celebration and as consolation, and as the reward for effort and as the replacement for effort when effort seems like too much. He eats donuts in front of the television and in the car and at his workstation, and occasionally while already eating something else. The specific flavor of Homer's donut obsession was established early and maintained consistently. Pink frosting, sometimes with sprinkles. The color is important. Pink is the color of childhood sweetness, of birthday cakes and cotton candy, and the kind of food that a child associates with celebration. Homer never grew out of that association. He never developed the more complicated palate that adulthood is supposed to bring. He found his food of comfort early, and he stayed with it, which is either a character failing or a form of integrity depending on how you look at it. The Krusty Burger deserves its own extended meditation because it is the show's most complete food-based satirical creation. Krusty the Clown's fast food empire is one of Springfield's major employers and one of its major health hazards. And the relationship between those two facts is never addressed directly by the show, which instead presents both facts simultaneously and lets the audience sit with the discomfort of recognizing a familiar dynamic. Krusty Burgers are consistently depicted as terrible food. They are depicted as containing ingredients that are either unidentifiable or concerning. They are depicted as being produced by processes that the show suggests, in various freeze-frame gags and background signs, do not meet any reasonable standard of food safety. The Krusty Burger menu occasionally includes items with names that suggest the people creating them are aware of the food's quality and have chosen to make that awareness into a form of ironic branding. The Ribwich, a product made from an animal that the show declines to specify. The Clogger, which the menu describes with a mixture of pride and warning. The Quadruple Bypass Burger, which does not require explanation. And yet, Springfield's residents eat at Krusty Burger constantly. Every gathering happens at or near a Krusty Burger. Every celebration involves a Krusty Burger. The children go there after school. The adults go there at lunch. Homer goes there as an event in itself, not as a practical solution to hunger, but as an experience he has chosen specifically, consciously returning again and again to a place that he knows serves food that is not good for him, but that satisfies something in him that good food, as commonly understood, cannot. This is not incidental satire. This is precise observation about the relationship between Americans and fast food, which has always been more complicated than simple criticism allows. People don't eat at fast food restaurants because they don't know better. Most people who eat at fast food restaurants know exactly what they are eating and why it is not ideal. They eat there because of the combination of affordability and consistency and emotional association that fast food provides. Because the food tastes like itself and only like itself, and will continue to taste like itself regardless of which city you are in or what kind of day you have had. Fast food is comfort food in the deepest sense, which is the sense of providing reliability in an unreliable world. And Homer's relationship with Krusty Burger is a completely honest portrayal of that dynamic. The food culture of Springfield has evolved over the show's 36 years in ways that mirror the evolution of American food culture during the same period. In the early seasons, Springfield's food landscape is essentially a mid-century American. Diners, fast food, the kind of cooking that Marge does in a kitchen with a gas range and a cabinet full of canned goods. The food is uncomplicated and it is treated as uncomplicated. People eat to live. Homer eats more enthusiastically than most, but the food itself is not presented as a subject worthy of sustained attention. As American food culture began to change, as restaurants became the social spaces they had been in Europe for centuries, but had not quite been in the United States, as cooking became a competitive sport and a form of artistic expression and a vehicle for the kind of status competition that Americans had previously reserved for cars and vacation destinations, The Simpsons began to incorporate that change. The show's food satire expanded to include the pretensions of fine dining, the zealotry of food culture, the specific social dynamics of people who use what they eat as a marker of who they are. The episode in which Homer discovers a connection to a famous European chef, which results in his becoming a respected figure in the culinary world for a period before the show resets in its characteristic way, is one of the more delicate pieces of food satire the show has produced, because it is simultaneously affectionate toward the food world and genuinely funny about its pretensions. And because it puts Homer at the center of a world that has no reason to accommodate someone like him, and finds that the accommodation is possible and occasionally produces something beautiful, which is not what you expect from a satire. Marge's cooking is the show's great under-discussed food subject. Marge is a devoted home cook who approaches food preparation with the same patient thoroughness she approaches everything else in her life. She feeds her family. She feeds the neighborhood when the neighborhood needs feeding. She participates in the kinds of cooking competitions and food-related community events that define the social life of American suburbia. And she does all of this with a consistency and a care that the show depicts without condescension, without the note of irony that it applies to most domestic activities. Marge's kitchen is a space of safety in the Simpsons household, which is not a small thing in a household as chaotic as the Simpsons. The kitchen is where Marge is most herself, most competent, most in command of an environment that she has chosen and shaped. Her cooking is an expression of love in the literal sense. She cooks for the people she loves, she cooks the things they like, even when she would prefer to make something more adventurous. She uses food as the primary language of care in a household that is not always good at expressing care through other means. The show has used food as a vehicle for cultural commentary in specific and targeted ways that often get lost in the general appreciation of the show's broader satire. The episode where Springfield hosts a chili cook-off that gets out of hand is not simply a joke about competitive cooking. It is a comment on the particular American tradition of turning cooking into competition, of taking something fundamentally communal and making it individual and adversarial, of attaching pride and status to something that should theoretically be about giving and sharing. The chili cook-off is friendly on the surface. Underneath, it is as status-conscious and as vicious as any other arena where Americans compete. The episode where Lisa becomes a vegetarian, which, as we have noted, was a condition of Paul McCartney's appearance, is one of the show's richest food-related storylines because it takes the food question seriously. Lisa's decision to stop eating meat is not played purely for comedy. It is treated as a genuine ethical decision that has real consequences for her social life, her family relationships, and her sense of self. The show does not mock her for it. It does not treat vegetarianism as a punchline. It treats it as a position that reasonable people can hold for good reasons, while also showing how that position creates friction in a world that is structured around different assumptions. The food trucks and artisanal food operations that appear in later seasons are part of the show's ongoing documentation of American food trends, and they are treated with the same combination of affection and gentle mockery that the show applies to most cultural phenomena it observes. The trend is real. The people participating in it are mostly sincere. The comedy comes from the gap between the earnestness of the project and the fundamentally commercial reality of what food trucks are, which is a restaurant that is convenient for the owner in ways that are not always convenient for the customer. Ned Flanders' relationship with food is one of the show's quieter running threads and one of its more interesting character details. Ned is health conscious in a way that is presented as slightly extreme even by the show's standards, which are not high. He eats well, he monitors his consumption. He is physically fit in a way that Homer finds simultaneously admirable and irritating, because Homer knows that Ned's physical fitness is the product of consistent choices that Homer has consistently declined to make, and knowing this does not make Homer more inclined to make those choices. It makes him more inclined to resent Ned for making them. The Quickie Mart is the food destination of Springfield that most closely mirrors a real American experience, which is the experience of the convenience store as a social hub, a source of food that is available when nothing else is and that meets a specific quality of need that neither fast food nor home cooking can meet. The Quickie Mart sells everything and is committed to nothing. It is the food equivalent of the floating timeline. Always available, always the same, capable of providing exactly what you need in the moment, regardless of whether what you need is good for you. Apu behind the counter is always there. Whatever time of day or night Springfield's residents arrive, whatever state they are in, whatever they need, Apu is there with it. This constancy is one of the show's more thoughtful observations about the infrastructure of American daily life, about the people who maintain the systems that everyone depends on, whose presence is so reliable that it becomes invisible until it isn't. The Quickie Mart is where Springfield reveals itself most honestly because people at a convenience store are not performing. They are just getting what they need. The show's most poetic piece of food writing is not about Homer's donuts or Krusty's burgers or Marge's kitchen. It is about a sandwich. A sandwich Homer makes at the end of an episode in the show's earlier seasons. A late-night sandwich constructed in the silence of the family kitchen while everyone else is asleep, built with the care and deliberateness of someone constructing something that matters. The sequence is short. It is almost no dialogue. It is a small, quiet thing in an episode full of bigger events. And it is one of the most honest depictions of a particular kind of human contentment in the show's entire run. Homer builds his sandwich. He sits down at the kitchen table. He eats it alone in the quiet of his house, surrounded by the sleeping presences of his family. And for a moment, nothing is wrong. Nothing needs to be solved. Nothing needs to be survived. There is just the sandwich and the quiet and the particular peace of a man who has found the thing that makes him feel exactly like himself. That is the food of Springfield. Not the spectacle of it, not the satire of it, but the quiet truth it carries. People eat because they are hungry. People eat because they are sad. People eat because they are celebrating, because they are afraid, Because they are lonely. Because the kitchen is warm and the family is sleeping and the world outside the window is the world that it always is. And the sandwich is just a sandwich, but it is perfect. And for the moment, it is enough. Section 6. The music of Springfield. Every song, every band, every hidden note. The Simpsons is, among its many other things, a musical. Not in the Broadway sense, not in the way that the Treehouse of Horror episodes occasionally go operatic back, but in the deeper sense that music is woven into the show's DNA in ways that distinguish it from every other animated comedy that has ever been produced. The show has songs, it has bands, it has a complete musical universe that runs parallel to Springfield's visual and narrative universe. Equally rich, equally strange, equally worth exploring in full. Alf Clausen, who served as the show's composer from the second season through the 27th, is one of the most unheralded geniuses in television history. His job, week after week for 25 seasons, was to score a show that existed in multiple registers simultaneously. Comedy and drama, absurdism and sentiment, parody and genuine emotion. He had to write music that could underscore Homer falling down stairs, and then, in the same episode, underscore Homer learning that his mother is alive. The music had to move between these registers without the transitions feeling jarring, which meant that the music had to be intelligent about what each scene was doing emotionally and serve that emotion without commentary. Clausen's scores draw from an extraordinary range of musical traditions. He wrote pastiche in the sense of deliberately imitating specific composers and genres, but his pastiche was never merely mimicry. When he wrote in the style of Bernard Herrmann for a moment of Hitchcockian tension, the result was funny because it was recognizable, but it was also musically legitimate, a piece of work that a musician could play with respect and mean it. When he wrote in the style of John Williams for a moment of Springfield heroism, the grandiosity was both comedy and genuine grandiosity. Both a comment on how cinematic music inflates the significance of events and a genuine participation in the pleasure of that inflation. The original songs written for episodes of The Simpsons constitute one of the most remarkable bodies of work in television music. The show has written, over its run, hundreds of original songs. Songs for musicals within episodes. Songs for characters to perform at school. Talent shows or bar karaoke nights, or, in the case of Sideshow Bob's Opera, at the Springfield Concert Hall. Songs that are jokes and songs that are heartfelt, and songs that are both simultaneously, which is the hardest kind to write. See My Vest is the song Burns sings in the episode 201 Greyhounds, in which he plots to make a fur coat from puppy skins. The song is a parody of Be Our Guest from Beauty and the Beast, and it is a parody that works in the same way all the show's best parodies work. It takes the structure and the enthusiasm of the original and fills it with content that is the precise opposite of what the original celebrated. Be Our Guest is about hospitality and warmth and the joy of having someone to serve. See My Vest is about luxury and vanity and the pleasure of wearing things that were recently alive. The juxtaposition is dark and funny, and the music is executed with enough genuine craft that you can appreciate it as a piece of writing independent of its satirical function. Monorail is perhaps the most beloved original Simpsons song, which is remarkable given that it is ostensibly a parody of The Music Man and is contained in an episode about municipal corruption and the exploitation of civic trust by a confidence man. The song is performed by a stranger who arrives in Springfield, convinces the town to invest in a monorail, using the particular combination of enthusiasm and vagueness that distinguishes the truly great con artists from the merely competent ones, and then disappears with their money. And yet the song is so infectious, so genuinely well constructed as a piece of musical theater, that it achieves the rare feat of making you want to be conned by it. You hear monorail, and part of you wants to buy a monorail. This is either a masterpiece of musical writing or a masterpiece of satirical writing, or most likely both. Lurleen Lumpkin's songs are the show's most sincere country music. The songs written for her character in Colonel Homer are genuine country music compositions, written with an understanding of the genre's conventions and emotional vocabulary that goes beyond surface parody. Your Wife Don't Understand You, But I Do, and Bagged Me a Homer are funny songs, but the Rail are also convincing country songs, songs that fit within the tradition they are drawing from, and that say something true about the specific emotional landscape of country music. The combination of heartache and humor, the particular way country music holds pain with a kind of rough affection rather than despair. Beverly D'Angelo sang them, and she sang them as if she meant them, which she probably did, because that is what happens when the material is good enough. The barbershop quartet formed by Homer and his co-workers, the B Sharps, is one of the show's great musical concepts and one of its great exercises in nostalgia. The B Sharps episode follows the rise and fall of a barbershop quartet with such loving accuracy that it works as both a parody of music industry rise and fall narratives and a genuine elegy for the kind of amateur musical culture that was once part of American social life and that has largely been displaced by recorded music and passive entertainment. People used to gather and sing. They used to make music together as a social activity rather than a consumption activity. The B Sharps are that tradition's last gasp in Springfield, and their moment of glory is treated by the show with genuine affection, even as the trajectory of their story is played entirely for comedy. The episode's cameo by George Harrison, who appears on a rooftop above the B Sharps' performance and says simply, "It's been done," before walking away, is one of the show's great pieces of musical self-awareness. Harrison's presence grounds the parody in the specific tradition it is drawing from, the Beatles' rooftop concert, while his comment deflates the B Sharps' achievement in a way that is kind rather than cruel. It acknowledges that what they are doing has been done, but not that what they are doing doesn't matter. Sometimes the thing that has already been done is worth doing again, in smaller venues, with less famous participants, with the same genuine joy. Lisa Simpson's saxophone is the show's most consistent piece of musical characterization. The saxophone is the perfect instrument for Lisa because it is the instrument most closely associated with a particular kind of emotional honesty. Which is what the show most often has Lisa playing, is not a comfortable music. It does not smooth over tensions or provide easy resolutions. It holds contradictions and lets them speak, which is what Lisa does, which is what makes her the most genuinely musical character on the show, in the sense that her music and her character are deeply aligned. Lisa's hero, Bleeding Gums Murphy, embodies this alignment fully. He is a jazz musician in the American tradition, which means he is a person who has converted pain into art with such thoroughness that the art is indistinguishable from the pain, and the pain has become beautiful. His saxophone playing in the episodes where he appears is genuinely good, genuinely felt, genuinely rooted in the jazz tradition in a way that the show honors by not making it a joke. Lisa's love for him is not treated as eccentric or misplaced. It is treated as the love of someone who has found the music that tells her truth. When Bleeding Gums Murphy dies, the episode handles his death with a quietness and a gravity that is unusual for the show. The city buys one of his albums in a record store scene that is also one of the show's most precise observations about how a culture relates to its artists. We acknowledge their work after they are gone more fully than we acknowledge it while they are alive. Springfield had Bleeding Gums Murphy in its midst for years and mostly ignored him. After he is gone, the city acknowledges him, and that acknowledgement is both sincere and slightly too late, which is how these things usually go. The show's relationship with classical music is one of its less discussed musical dimensions and one of its richest. The Simpsons has used classical music both as parody and as genuine vehicle for emotional expression throughout its run, and the balance between those uses has generally been well calibrated. The classical music parodies, which are usually about the gap between the high seriousness of the concert hall and the mundane concerns of the people sitting in it, are affectionate rather than dismissive. They mock pretension rather than the music itself. The classical music used genuinely, particularly in the show's most emotional moments, is used with restraint and with knowledge. The specific pieces chosen for specific scenes reflect understanding of what those pieces mean within the classical tradition, what emotional associations they carry, what they will do to a viewer who knows them. This is not accidental. Alf Clausen was a classically trained musician, and he understood the emotional weight of classical repertoire in ways that allowed him to use it with precision. Dr. Nick Riviera's brief singing appearance, in which he sings a song about the benefits of a procedure he is performing, is the kind of pure throwaway musical moment that the show distributes throughout episodes as treats for people who are paying attention. The song lasts perhaps 10 seconds. It is perfectly constructed. It is immediately forgotten within the episode's context. And it is still objectively a better piece of comic songwriting than most shows manage in their full musical episodes. The rock bands that appear within Springfield's own music culture, the bands that exist in the world of the show rather than appearing as real-world guests, are one of the show's great untapped seams of comedy. Springfield has a bar music scene, suggested in various episodes, that contains an entire ecosystem of bands playing for small audiences in venues that are either hopeful or resigned depending on the episode. Homer has been in bands. Bart has been in bands. The bands they form are always short-lived and always end in ways that are both funny and gently sad, because the story of a band that forms and falls apart is essentially always the story of people who wanted something and found that wanting it together was not sufficient to sustain it. The music of The Simpsons is ultimately another version of what the food of The Simpsons is, a vehicle for telling true things about how people live and what they need and what happens when they try to get it. Music in Springfield is community and competition and love and grief and identity, and the attempt to say something that ordinary language cannot say. It is Lisa crying through her saxophone and Homer humming to himself at the kitchen table and Bart singing something he heard on the radio and doesn't fully understand. It is Krusty's theme song playing at the beginning of a television show that is not quite as joyful as the theme suggests. It is the town singing together in moments of collective emotion, badly and off-key and with great enthusiasm, which is how most singing gets done and why it matters. Section 7. The Visual Bible. Hidden gags, freeze-frame secrets, and what you missed. The animation of The Simpsons contains more information per frame than any other animated television show in history. This is not hyperbole. This is a structural quality of the show that was established early and maintained deliberately, a consequence of the specific kind of visual intelligence that the show's creators and animation directors brought to the work. Other animated shows fill their frames with character performance and background color and the visual information needed to tell the story. The Simpsons fills its frames with all of that plus a second layer of information that operates entirely independently of the story, that can only be accessed by pausing the image and reading it carefully, and that contains, in aggregate, a complete secondary text. The freeze-frame gag is the show's most celebrated visual innovation, and it is worth understanding how it works in practice before discussing what it has produced. A freeze-frame gag is a joke that exists on screen for so little time that no viewer watching the show at normal speed can read it. It might be a sign in the background of a scene. It might be a newspaper headline visible for a fraction of a second. It might be a single frame of animation inserted into a sequence that otherwise flows normally. A blink and miss it image that is only visible if you know to look for it. These gags were designed specifically for home video and later for digital playback, for an era when viewers could pause and rewind and examine individual frames. The specific term freeze frame gag was not in common use when the show began incorporating these elements, but the practice was deliberate from an early point. The writers and directors knew that the show would eventually be watched in ways that allowed close viewing, and they prepared for that. They planted things. They left things for the people who would look. The most elaborate freeze-frame gag tradition in the show involves newspapers. Newspapers appear constantly throughout Springfield in the hands of background characters, on doorsteps, in trash cans, folded on cafe tables. And the headlines on those newspapers are almost never about the story the episode is telling. They are about other things entirely. Other stories in Springfield's universe. Other events that have happened or are about to happen. Events that have no episode devoted to them, but that the newspaper treats as news because in Springfield they are. Monorail overturns in Shelbyville. Third this week. Burns linked to local bird disappearance. Experts remain silent. Springfield ranked second most polluted in nation. Narrowly beats out own landfill. Homer Simpson wins prestigious award in field of eating. Community reacts with mixed feelings. These are not actual headlines from actual episodes in every case, but they represent the register and the texture of the newspaper headlines the show has actually used, which are too numerous to catalog exhaustively, but which form, collectively, a continuous record of Springfield life that runs alongside the show's actual narrative. The show's background news crawls are another version of this. The ticker that runs along the bottom of Springfield's news broadcasts, visible for seconds at a time in scenes where a television is showing in the background, contains news that is consistently funnier and more detailed than the main story the newscast is covering. These crawls were produced with the same care as the primary content, written by the same writers, reviewed with the same standards, and then placed in a position where fewer than 5% of viewers would ever read them. This is either the most extravagant form of quality control in television history or an act of pure creative generosity, and the line between those two things in the show's approach to its background content is not always clear. Sometimes the background gag is funny because it is ridiculous. Sometimes it is funny because it is true. Sometimes it is both, and the true ridiculous overlap is where the best freeze-frame material lives. The books visible on shelves throughout Springfield deserve a catalog that someone should write. The Simpsons household has bookshelves. So does the school library. So does the Springfield Public Library. So does Burns's mansion. And the books on those shelves are not generic. They have titles. Sometimes they have authors. The titles range from obvious parodies of real books to completely invented titles that have their own internal logic, that suggest a body of literature that exists in Springfield's universe and nowhere else. A literature that Springfield's residents have been reading, and that has shaped them in ways the show never needs to articulate because the presence of the books says it. Homer's bookshelf is telling. It contains volumes that suggest a person who has purchased more books than he has read, which is a recognizable domestic situation. There are technical manuals that predate him at the plant by decades. There are self-help books that appear and disappear between episodes, suggesting that Homer has started and abandoned multiple improvement projects. There are children's books that have migrated from the kids' rooms over the years and that have been absorbed into the general chaos of the Simpson household's horizontal surfaces. And then occasionally there is a book that surprises you. A book that implies a specific moment in Homer's history that the show has never dramatized. A moment of curiosity or aspiration or love that left a book on a shelf and never came back to read it. The production design of The Simpsons house is one of the great achievements of American set decoration, which is a strange thing to say about a cartoon. But the house works as a functional living space in ways that matter for the storytelling. The layout is never entirely consistent, because the show was not designed with architectural accuracy as a primary concern, and different episodes require different configurations of space. But within any single episode, the house has a coherence that makes it feel real, makes it feel lived in, makes it feel like the accumulated physical record of a family that has been using this space for 36 years. The living room couch is, of course, the show's most iconic set piece, the destination of every opening sequence couch gag, the center of the Simpson family's domestic life. The specifics of the couch, its color, its wear patterns, the slight sag in the middle where Homer always sits, the television it faces, the lamp to the side, of these details have been maintained, but it's maintained with a consistency that is touching when you think about it. 36 years of the same family sitting in the same formation on the same piece of furniture, and the furniture looking roughly the same throughout, which is either continuity or a statement about the nature of things that are used so consistently they stop changing. The Homer's car, which appears in hundreds of episodes across the show's entire run, has its own visual history. The car is a recognizable model, a mid-80s American sedan that in the real world would have aged and changed over the decades, but in Springfield has remained frozen at the approximate quality of when Homer first acquired it. The dents on the car are interesting. They change between episodes, which is consistent with the show's general approach to continuity. Specific damage is repaired or forgotten, but the general state of mild dilapidation is maintained, because the general state of mild dilapidation is true to who Homer is. Springfield's geography, as we noted in the transcript that inspired this journey, is deliberately contradictory. But within individual episodes, the town has a consistent visual logic that makes it feel navigable. The same streets appear, the same buildings anchor the same corners. The power plant is always visible from the right angles. Moe's Bar is always where Moe's Bar is. The elementary school is always in the same approximate relationship to the residential neighborhoods it serves. You can't draw a complete map of Springfield because the show won't let you, but you can develop an intuitive sense of where things are relative to each other, and that intuitive sense is real and consistent enough to navigate by. The animators over the show's history have hidden personal tributes and personal jokes in the background of episodes with varying degrees of subtlety. Names of friends and family members have appeared on gravestones and business signs and in background credits of Springfield's fictional television productions. Caricatures of the animation crew have appeared in crowd scenes, identifiable to people who know the production but invisible to everyone else. One of the show's most famous examples involves an animator who was getting married and who hid a proposal, rendered in the Simpsons animation style, in the background of an episode that aired before he had formally proposed. His future wife, who was also a Simpsons fan, saw the episode and caught it. The visual texture of Springfield changes between seasons and between different production periods in ways that are worth paying attention to, because the changes are not random. The early seasons have a raw, less polished look that suits their emotional rawness. The drawings are slightly less refined, the background slightly less detailed, the characters' expressions slightly more extreme. This rawness is part of what makes the early episodes feel the way they feel. The show's emotional extremity, its willingness to go to genuinely dark or genuinely tender places, is matched by its visual energy, by the sense that the animation is not quite fully under control, that it might go somewhere unexpected. As the show entered its middle period and its visual production became more sophisticated, the look changed in ways that are sometimes subtle and sometimes obvious. The characters' designs became slightly more refined. The backgrounds became more detailed. The color palette shifted in ways that are hard to articulate but visible in side-by-side comparisons. The show began to look more like what an animated comedy show is supposed to look like, and slightly less like the specific thing it had been. This is a loss that is easy to overstate. The show continued to be visually inventive. continued to use its visual language with intelligence and craft. But the early rough energy never quite came back once it was gone. The digital era of animation, which began to affect the show's production in the 2000s and has been fully dominant for the last decade or more, has changed the visual language of The Simpsons in ways that are still being fully understood. Digital animation allows for greater precision, for richer detail, for camera movements and lighting effects that were impossible or prohibitively expensive in the hand-drawn era. The backgrounds of recent episodes are more elaborate, more three-dimensional in their construction, more aware of light and shadow as visual elements. But the characters exist in the same flat, iconic style they always have, which creates an interesting visual tension. Richly rendered backgrounds populated by cartoon characters whose flatness is constitutive of who they are. The freeze-frame culture around The Simpsons has produced extraordinary things on the internet. Dedicated communities of viewers have cataloged background gags across all seasons, creating searchable databases of things that are visible for fractions of seconds in the background of episodes that aired before most of the catalogers were born. These databases are one of the stranger artifacts of the show's long cultural life, complete records of things that were designed to be incomplete, to be glimpsed rather than seen, to reward the dedicated viewer rather than the casual one. Finding something new in the background of an old episode is a specific kind of pleasure that is hard to describe to someone who hasn't experienced it. It is the pleasure of discovering that something you thought you knew still has things in it that you didn't know, that the attention of other people did not exhaust its possibilities, that there is still something there for you specifically. The Simpsons provides this pleasure with unusual consistency, precisely because the people who made it understood that pleasure and designed for it. They planted things for future discovery. They created the conditions, Rashad diet, for that specific joy of finding. There is a frame in an episode from the show's 7th season that contains what appears to be a completely different painting on the wall of the Simpsons house than any painting that appears in any other episode. The painting is in the background, partially obscured, visible for perhaps a second before the scene moves on. Art historians who have studied The Simpsons' background art have not been able to identify the painting. It does not match any known work. It appears to be an original piece created for that single frame of animation, seen by perhaps no one when the episode first aired, discovered years later by someone pausing in exactly the right place at exactly the right moment. No one knows who painted it. No one knows why it was in that frame. No one knows if it was placed there deliberately or if it was a piece of reference material that an animator used as background and that slipped into the episode by accident. It is just there. One frame, one painting, one mystery in the background of a story about something else entirely. And it is still there waiting in the same position it has always been 30 years later for whoever is looking closely enough to find it. Section 8. The Simpsons Around the World. How every country changed the show. The Simpsons has been translated into more than 60 languages and broadcast in more than 100 countries, which makes it one of the most widely distributed pieces of American cultural production in history. And every country that has received the show has received a slightly different version of it. Because translation is not a neutral act. Translation is interpretation. Translation is culture meeting culture and producing a third thing that is neither one nor the other, but that carries genetic material from both. The experience of watching The Simpsons in a language other than English is fundamentally different from the experience of watching it in English, in ways that go well beyond the obvious difference of the language itself. Every language has its own register of comedy. Every language has its own relationship between high and low culture, between formal and colloquial speech, between the speech that educated people use and the speech that everyone uses when they are not thinking about their speech. The translators who worked on The Simpsons in each language had to make decisions about where to place the show within their language's comedy register, and those decisions produce shows that are, in meaningful ways, different shows. The Spanish language versions are actually multiple shows, because Spanish is spoken across an enormous range of national and regional cultures that have substantially different relationships to the kind of humor The Simpsons practices. The Latin American Spanish dub and the Castilian Spanish dub are both beloved by their audiences, but they are beloved in different ways for different reasons. And the specific things that make them work are often specific to the culture they are serving, rather than to the original. The Mexican dubbing tradition in particular has produced some of the most beloved voice performances in the history of The Simpsons, outside the original English cast. The Mexican voice actors who took on the core family voices in the early seasons built relationships with those characters that were deeply personal. And when those relationships ended or were disrupted, the cultural response from Mexican audiences was significant. Voice acting in the Latin American tradition carries a weight that is different from voice acting in the American tradition. A difference that has to do with the specific history of dubbing in Latin American film and television culture, where foreign content is overwhelmingly experienced through dubs rather than subtitles, and where the voices of those dubs are understood to be the authentic voices of the characters they portray. The German dub, Die Simpsons, has historically been one of the most faithful in terms of content, while being one of the most adapted in terms of cultural register. German comedy has a different relationship to irony than American comedy, a different relationship to absurdism. And the translators working on the German dub had to navigate these differences in ways that occasionally produced results that were funnier to German audiences than the original English was to American audiences, and occasionally produced results that lost something irreplaceable in the crossing. Germany also produced one of the most extraordinary fan responses to the show in its history. A complete community of German speakers who learned English specifically by watching The Simpsons with subtitles, comparing the English dialogue to the German dub, and noting the differences. This community documented their findings in extensive detail, creating a kind of comparative textual study of the two versions that illuminated both the specific challenges of translating American humor into German and the specific choices the translators had made in response to those challenges. The study of The Simpsons in translation is, in Germany, close to an academic field. Japan's relationship with The Simpsons is one of the more complicated cultural stories in the show's global history. Japan has a rich tradition of animation that predates and runs parallel to The Simpsons. And the Japanese audiences who encountered the show for the first time in the early 90s were not encountering animation as a novelty or a children's medium. They were encountering a specific kind of American animated comedy that operated according to different assumptions about what animation could do than the assumptions dominant in Japanese animation at the time. The result was that The Simpsons in Japan was received not primarily as a family comedy, but as a piece of American cultural export. Interesting partly for what it said about America, and partly for what it said about the difference between American and Japanese approaches to storytelling. The Japanese dub is technically accomplished and faithful to the tone of the original, but it is a show watched by a different audience with different context than the American original. Jokes that land because they resonate with the specific experience of American suburban life land differently, or don't land at all, or land with a different meaning. When the audience has no experiential reference for that specific type of suburb, that specific relationship between work and family, that specific brand of working class striving and middle class anxiety. What American audiences experience as recognition, Japanese audiences experience as observation, and observation and recognition are different modes of engagement that produce different kinds of comedy. The British reception of The Simpsons is interesting, precisely because British English and American English are close enough to each other that the show does not require dubbing, which means that British audiences receive the American cultural content of the show without the mediation of translation. And that cultural content, when received without mediation, is often legible to British audiences in ways that are different from how American audiences receive it. Because the British relationship to American culture is the relationship of someone who shares a language but inhabits a different cultural universe. Familiar enough to understand, different enough to observe with distance. British viewers have historically found The Simpsons' satire of American institutions more cutting than American viewers do, for the same reason that the best satire of any institution is often produced by outsiders. The distance allows you to see the thing more clearly than the people inside it can. American viewers watching The Simpsons recognize what they see and find it funny and occasionally uncomfortable. British viewers watching The Simpsons observe what they see and find it funny and occasionally illuminating about a country that dominates their cultural landscape without being their country. France, which has the most complicated relationship with American cultural production of any European country, received The Simpsons with the same mixture of admiration and cultural unease that it tends to bring to most American exports. The French intellectual tradition has a particular relationship to satire that is both demanding and generous. Demanding in the sense that satire must be genuinely sharp to be taken seriously. Generous in the sense that genuinely sharp satire is welcomed regardless of its origin. The Simpsons, which is genuinely sharp satire, has been taken seriously by French intellectual culture in ways that are not without irony. A show from the country whose cultural dominance France has historically resisted is welcome because it meets the standards that French culture sets for what a satirical work should be. The Italian dub has become one of the most beloved cultural products in the history of Italian broadcasting. The Italian voice cast, which includes performers who brought specific qualities of theatrical training and emotional expressiveness to the roles, produced a version of the show that feels authentically Italian in its performance even while remaining faithful to the American cultural content. Homer in Italian has a quality of exuberance that is slightly different from the American. Homer's quality of oblivious enthusiasm, slightly more theatrical, slightly more willing to perform his emotions rather than simply experience them, which suits the Italian theatrical tradition and makes the Italian version of the character deeply lovable to Italian audiences in ways that the American original is lovable to American audiences, but for different reasons. The show's Arab language versions, which operate in markets with significantly different cultural and regulatory contexts than the American original, have required the most substantial adaptations of any regional version. Scenes involving alcohol are routinely altered in Arab dubs, with characters consuming soft drinks in scenes where the original has beer. References to specific religious and cultural content are adjusted to fit local sensibilities. Homer and Marge's relationship is sometimes framed differently to accommodate different expectations about how married couples interact in public. These adaptations are significant enough that scholars who study media localization have used The Simpsons' Arab versions as primary examples of how global media is reshaped to fit local context. The Hebrew dub of The Simpsons, produced for Israeli broadcasting, is one of the more unusual cases because the cultural distance between American Jewish culture and Israeli culture is much smaller than the geographic distance would suggest, which means that some of the show's humor that is most culturally specific, humor that derives from the specific texture of American Jewish comedy traditions, is more immediately legible to Israeli audiences than to many other non-American audiences. The show's writers, many of whom have backgrounds in those comedy traditions, built a show that works partly through reference to a specific cultural context, and that cultural context travels to Israel in ways it doesn't travel everywhere else. The Simpsons' South American reception varies enormously by country, because South America's relationship to American cultural exports varies by country in ways that are sometimes dramatic. Brazil, which has its own thriving animation culture and its own robust tradition of political satire, received The Simpsons as a peer rather than as a cultural import from a more powerful cultural center, which produced a relationship to the show that is more genuinely critical, more willing to engage with it as a text rather than simply consuming it as entertainment. Brazilian fans and critics have produced some of the most interesting analytical writing about The Simpsons' political content from a perspective that is both sympathetic and genuinely different from the American perspective. The show's impact on the English language is worth noting here because it is a kind of international story in itself. The Simpsons has contributed more words and phrases to common usage than any other television show in history. Dough, Homer's exclamation of frustration, was added to the Oxford English Dictionary. Meh, the expression of indifference popularized, though not invented by the show, has become so universal that people who have never watched The Simpsons use it constantly without knowing its origin. The specific vocal patterns and rhythms of the show's humor have influenced English language comedy around the world, producing a generation of comedians and comedy writers in Australia, Canada, Ireland, and the United Kingdom who were shaped by the show in ways that are visible in their work, even when they are not explicitly referencing it. And then there are the versions of The Simpsons that exist as live-action recreations, as commercial parodies, as unauthorized adaptations in markets where the legal frameworks around media are different from American law. In Russia, there was for a period a show called The Simpsons that was a live-action adaptation produced without Fox's authorization that gained enough viewers to constitute a genuine parallel version of the show in the Russian market. In various Asian markets, unlicensed merchandise featuring the Simpson characters in locally adapted settings has created a distributed secondary visual culture around the show that the official production has no control over and limited awareness of. All of this, the translations and the adaptations and the unauthorized versions and the fan communities in 60 languages, is the inevitable result of a show that was designed to be universal. The show's creators wanted The Simpsons to be for everyone, to speak to the broadest possible human experience through the specific lens of American working-class suburban life. And it has done that in ways that are both exactly as they intended and completely different from anything they could have anticipated. The Simpsons went out into the world, and the world made it its own. In 60 languages in 100 countries and thousands of unauthorized versions, and millions of individual relationships between viewers in a show that has been in their lives for as long as they can remember. Springfield is everywhere. It has always been everywhere. That was the plan from the beginning, and it worked. Section 9, The Treehouse of Horror. Deep Dive. 35 years of Halloween darkness. Every October, The Simpsons does something it does not do any other month of the year. It lets itself go dark. The Treehouse of Horror, which began in the second season and has continued in some form every year since, is the show's officially sanctioned space for horror, for science fiction, for the kind of stories that the show's regular universe cannot accommodate because the rules are different there. Characters can die in the Treehouse of Horror. Characters can die permanently, horribly, in ways that have real consequences within the story being told. Because the Treehouse of Horror explicitly does not exist within the show's normal continuity. It is a dream, a Halloween story. A tale told around a campfire, which means that the rules of the campfire apply. Anything can happen, and what happens doesn't follow you home. This freedom is the source of the special's greatest achievements and their occasional failures. The freedom to kill characters means that stories can have genuine stakes, that the horror can function as horror rather than as threat that the show will obviously walk back by the next scene. The freedom to go darker than the show normally goes means that the Treehouse of Horror specials can occupy a register that is genuinely disturbing, genuinely scary, genuinely unsettling in the way that good horror is unsettling, in the way that sits with you after the episode ends and doesn't immediately resolve itself into comfort. The first Treehouse of Horror, which aired in October 1990 as the seventh episode of the second season, established the format that has persisted with variations ever since. 3 segments, each based on a different genre of horror or science fiction, framed by a narrative device that placed the stories in the context of stories being told rather than events being depicted. This framing was important because it gave the show permission to go places it otherwise couldn't, to tell stories that ended badly, to visit darkness without committing to it permanently. The 3 segments of the first special are a useful lens through which to understand what the format does at its best. Bad Dream House is a haunted house story, drawn from the haunting and the Amityville horror and the broader tradition of sinister domestic space, in which a house the Simpsons have purchased turns out to be possessed by an evil spirit. The segment concludes with the house imploding rather than tolerating the family's presence, which is a joke that works both as a reversal of the haunted house trope and as a comment on the Simpsons household. The family is such concentrated chaos that even supernatural evil cannot survive in proximity to them. Hungry Are the Damned takes the family to space aboard an alien ship, building the segment around a gradually developing horror that proves to be a misunderstanding, which was its own kind of subversion. The horror turned out to be human rather than alien, the result of the Simpsons family's particular paranoia rather than any genuine threat. The Raven adapted Edgar Allan Poe's poem with Homer in the role of the narrator and with the poem delivered largely intact. That last decision, to actually use Poe's poem rather than to parody it, is one of the show's great early acts of faith in its audience. James Earl Jones narrated The Raven with the full weight of his remarkable voice. The poem was not played for laughs. The visual gags that accompanied it were funny. Homer's increasing agitation as the Raven refuses to leave. But they worked as comedy commentary on the poem rather than as replacement for it. The message was, Poe's poem is funny in the right context. The poem is scary and melancholy and beautiful, and it is also, if you put Homer Simpson in the role of the increasingly desperate narrator, deeply funny. Both things are true simultaneously, and neither one diminishes the other. This became the operating philosophy of the best Treehouse of Horror segments. The source material is taken seriously. The horror or science fiction tradition being drawn from is respected, understood, engaged with on its own terms. The comedy comes from the specific Springfield characters being inserted into that tradition and from the collision of their personalities with the demands of the genre. The horror of The Shining, not a typo, the show was careful to change the title slightly, works because Stanley Kubrick's The Shining is genuinely terrifying. And the specific way in which Homer's psychology maps onto Jack Torrance's is genuinely illuminating about what makes that particular story disturbing. Homer doesn't descend into madness through supernatural influence. He descends because without television and beer, he has nothing to distract him from his own terrifying inner emptiness, which is both funnier and scarier than the original. The Homer as Jack Torrance segment is one of the Treehouse of Horror's most often quoted, partly because the film being referenced is so familiar, and partly because the segment manages something that almost all successful parodies manage. It adds something to the original rather than simply mirroring it. The observation that Homer's particular flavor of madness is the madness of someone who has been denied comfort, who becomes violent not because he is evil, but because he is bored and miserable and has no coping strategies for boredom and misery, is both funnier and darker than a straightforward parody of Kubrick's film would be. It uses the parody to say something true about Homer that the show's regular episodes can say, but can't amplify the way the horror context can. The science fiction segments have been the treehouse of horror's most consistent source of genuine wit, because science fiction is the genre most naturally suited to the kind of satirical extrapolation that the show practices elsewhere. When The Simpsons encounters a genuinely alien civilization, the show can use that encounter to comment on the things that encounters with difference reveal about the ones doing the encountering. Kang and Kodos, the show's recurring alien duo, are one of the great, underappreciated comic creations in the show's history, precisely because they are used so consistently and so intelligently as mirrors rather than as threats. Their segments are not primarily about the horror of alien invasion. They are primarily about the human behavior that alien presence reveals. The American politics segment from the first Treehouse of Horror to deal with it explicitly is one of the show's most celebrated pieces of political comedy. Kang and Kodos replace the major party presidential candidates, and then, when they are unmasked in front of the entire country, deliver the line that has become perhaps the most quoted piece of Simpsons political commentary. A variation on the idea that citizens must choose between two candidates, that there is no third option, that the system will continue regardless of the individual wickedness of the choices it offers. The audience's helpless laughter at this segment, when it first aired, has taken on different qualities in each subsequent election cycle, as the observation has aged from satire into something that increasingly resembles documentary. The body horror segments, which take their cue from Cronenberg and from the specific tradition of transformation horror, have been some of the Treehouse of Horror's darkest explorations. Homer's body has always been somewhat elastic by the show's normal standards, capable of absorbing damage in ways that normal bodies cannot. But the Treehouse of Horror strips away even the thin justification that the regular show provides for this and presents transformation as pure, unmediated horror. A Homer who transforms. A Homer who loses the boundaries of his own selfhood. A Homer who is violated by forces outside his control. These stories are playing with the deepest anxieties about embodiment, about the reliability of the self, about what it means to be a body in a world that can change that body without your permission. The Dial Z for Zombie segment from the third Treehouse of Horror, in which Springfield becomes overrun by the undead, and Bart discovers that his library book can reanimate the dead, is one of the format's great early successes because it manages to be a genuine zombie story, complete with the genre's actual visceral unease, while also being a perfect Simpsons comedy. The sight gag at the end, in which the zombie versions of famous historical figures arrive in Springfield and are destroyed by Bart, is constructed with the same logic as the show's best jokes. The initial premise is taken as far as it can possibly go. The escalation is committed to without flinching, and the result is both funny and, in its strange way, epic. The first Treehouse of Horror segment to actually scare audiences in ways that lingered beyond the episode was probably Homer's brain, or one of the psychological segments from the mid-period specials, where the horror was not external, but internal. Not about monsters coming for the family, but about the family's own fears and guilts made manifest. These are the segments that draw on the horror tradition of the uncanny, the familiar made strange, the loved made threatening, and they work because the Simpsons family's specific dynamics, their specific fears, their specific unspoken tensions, are exactly the raw material that the uncanny tradition is designed to amplify. Lisa's segments in the Treehouse of Horror often deal with intelligence and isolation in ways that are darker than the show's regular treatment of those themes. The regular episodes acknowledge that Lisa's intelligence isolates her, but treat that isolation as a problem to be managed, something she carries and compensates for and periodically receives relief from through connection with people who recognize her. In the Treehouse of Horror, the horror versions of this theme can go to the places the regular show cannot. To the genuine terror of being a mind that no one understands, to the specific kind of loneliness that comes from seeing clearly in a world that has chosen not to see, to the darkness that lurks at the edge of Lisa's perpetual hopefulness when you look at what her hopefulness is a response to. Maggie's treehouse of horror appearances are few but devastating when they occur. Because in the horror context, Maggie's silence and her intelligence and her demonstrated willingness to commit violence become genuinely frightening rather than gently mysterious. In the regular show, Maggie's capabilities are presented as sweet and surprising. In the horror context, those same capabilities are presented as something else entirely. A baby who is smarter than everyone around her, who has shot someone, who maintains total silence while watching everything, is a different kind of figure when the genre framing shifts from domestic comedy to horror. She is the same Maggie. The framing does everything. The Treehouse of Horror specials have also been the place where the show has most directly engaged with its own mortality, which is appropriate given the genre. Episodes late in the show's run have Treehouse of Horror segments that are explicitly about what it means for characters to exist in a show that never ends, that resets, that denies its characters the natural resolution that time provides. In the horror context, the floating timeline stops being a convenience and becomes a curse. The characters are trapped. They cannot age, cannot die, cannot progress toward whatever conclusion their lives would naturally reach. This is funny, and it is frightening, and it is the most honest thing the show has said about itself in a long time. The Treehouse of Horror will continue as long as the show continues, which means it will continue for a long time. Each year it finds new things to be frightened of, new genres to draw from, new ways to put the Simpson family into positions that reveal their characters through darkness rather than through comedy. It is the show's most honest, creative space, the place where the rules fall away and the truth comes through. And the truth it tells, year after year, is the same truth the rest of the show tells. That this family is strange and chaotic and loving and frightened and fundamentally, stubbornly, impossibly alive. Even in the dark. Especially in the dark. Section 10, The Family Archives. Every untold story about Homer, Marge, Bart, Lisa, and Maggie. At the center of everything is the family. After 36 seasons and nearly 800 episodes, after all the theories and the background gags and the celebrity appearances and the Halloween specials and the political satire and the musical numbers and the freeze-frame secrets, the thing that The Simpsons has always been about, the thing it returns to with every episode regardless of where the episode goes is 5 people living in a house on Evergreen Terrace. A father, a mother, a son, a daughter, a baby, the family, and the family still has untold stories. After all this time, after everything that has been shown, and everything that has been analyzed, and everything that has been theorized about, there are dimensions of these 5 people that the show has suggested without fully exploring, depths it has acknowledged without fully plumbing, histories it has hinted at without fully dramatizing. Homer Simpson's untold stories are the most numerous, partly because Homer has been the show's most flexible character. The figure most often placed in new situations and new contexts, which means that his past has had to accommodate an enormous range of present-day developments, and the accommodations have not always been fully reconciled. Homer has had more jobs than anyone can count. He has had more passion, more obsessions, more brief periods of total commitment to something that he abandons when the episode ends. He has met more famous people, been to more extraordinary places, had more once-in-a-lifetime experiences than any real human being could accumulate in a single lifetime. And he has forgotten all of them, which is its own kind of story. The Homer who went to space is a different Homer from the Homer who started his own snowplowing business, who is a different Homer from the Homer who became a food critic, who is a different Homer from the Homer who briefly joined the Navy, who is a different Homer from the Homer who ran for sanitation commissioner. who is a different Homer from the Homer who managed a country music singer, who is a different Homer from the Homer who sat in front of a television in a house that smelled of beer and Marge's cooking, and who was happy, genuinely and completely happy, in a way that none of the other Homers quite managed. The happiest Homer is the least adventurous Homer. The Homer who is most completely himself is the Homer who is doing the least. This is the show's most consistent observation about its protagonist and its most melancholy. That Homer's life is richest when it is smallest, when it contains his family and his couch and his beer and nothing else. And that the show keeps dragging him out of that smallness into adventures that are funny, but that are also, in a way, the show rarely acknowledges directly, a kind of exile from the only life that actually fits him. Homer's relationship with Marge is the show's foundational story and the one that the show has returned to most often and most consistently. Their marriage has been the subject of more episodes, more crises, more resolutions, more tests, and more confirmations than any other single relationship in Springfield. And what the show has found over and over across 36 years of testing, that relationship against every conceivable stress is the same thing. They belong together. Not in the sense that they are perfectly matched, because they are not. Not in the sense that they never hurt each other, because they do often. But in the sense that the thing between them is real, and it is specific, and it is the product of enough history, enough shared experience, enough mutual knowledge of the other's specific kind of difficult and beautiful and frustrating, that it cannot be replaced. Marge's untold stories are the show's great creative debt. Marge is the character who is given the most to the show's emotional life, and received the least in return in terms of her own narrative development. She has been Homer's anchor, the Simpson Children's Foundation, the household's emotional organizer, the person who makes it possible for everything else to happen. And in return, she has received episodes that were mostly about her relationship to these other people rather than about her own autonomous selfhood. The exceptions are extraordinary. When Marge has been given a storyline that is genuinely her own, when the show has allowed her to pursue something that is not in service of someone else's development, the results have been some of the show's richest character work. Marge's brief career as a realtor, Marge's discovery that she has a gambling problem, Marge's art, Marge's relationships with other women, which are complicated in ways that the show has explored intermittently and never quite fully. Marge has a complete inner life. The show has shown you pieces of it across 36 years, and you can assemble them into a portrait, but the portrait is full of gaps, full of things that were suggested and then left, full of corners that were illuminated for an episode and then went dark. There is a version of The Simpsons that has Marge at its center, that tells a story of this specific kind of American woman, smart and patient and creative and trapped in a set of circumstances that her intelligence constantly shows her the shape of without offering her easy ways out. That show exists in fragments across the 36 years of episodes that have been made. Someone could edit it together. It would be one of the best shows you had ever watched. Bart Simpson's untold stories involve the gap between who he is and who he has the capacity to be, a gap that the show has opened and closed and opened again hundreds of times without ever committing to a resolution. Bart is underperforming. He has always been underperforming. The show established early that his test scores, his academic engagement, his willingness to apply himself are all dramatically below what they would be if he cared. And the show has periodically shown you glimpses of what Bart caring would look like. The Bart who writes a thoughtful essay. The Bart who shows genuine talent for something and pursues it with discipline. The Bart who in the flash-forward episodes has grown into a recognizable version of Homer, which is the most specific and most heartbreaking prediction the show makes about him. He will become his father, not because he lacks potential, but because Springfield will grind that potential down the way it has ground down the potential of everyone who lives there. The Bart-Lisa relationship is the show's most undervalued emotional resource. They are siblings who are genuinely different from each other in every way that siblings can be different. Different in temperament, different in values, different in their relationships with their parents and with school and with the world. And they love each other with the specific kind of sibling love that is different from all other kinds of love. Involuntary, resentful at the edges, fierce at the core, expressed almost entirely through conflict and indirectly through loyalty. When Lisa is under attack, Bart defends her. He does not announce this. He does not make it a statement about his character. He just does it because she is his sister and the attack is wrong, and those two facts together are sufficient justification for whatever he has to do. When Bart needs something that he will never ask for, Lisa finds a way to give it to him without making him ask. The relationship is conducted largely in the negative space between their words, in the things they do without saying why, in the help they offer each other through indirection, and the care they show through action when they cannot show it through speech. It is one of the most accurate portrayals of sibling love in all of television, and it is mostly not the subject of any episode. It is just there in the background in 36 years of shared scenes, in the specific way they stand next to each other when something is about to go wrong. Lisa Simpson's untold stories are the ones that require the most courage to tell, because Lisa's story is the show's most uncomfortable story. She is the character who knows, the character who sees, the character whose intelligence and sensitivity make her aware of everything about Springfield that is wrong. And her awareness has not translated into power to change any of it. She is 8 years old, and she has been 8 years old for 36 years, which means that all of her awareness, all of her insight, all of her passion for justice and her grief at the injustice she sees around her has been accumulating without the ability to act that age and experience would eventually bring. She is a person in process who can never complete the process. And that specific kind of suspension is one of the more quietly painful things the show contains. Lisa's relationship with the saxophone is the show's most sustained depiction of what it means to have a language that says the things your other languages can't. When Lisa plays, she is not performing for an audience, even when an audience is present. She is processing. She is converting her experience into sound and then releasing it. The saxophone is the place where Lisa is most completely herself, most free from the expectations and the frustrations and the isolations that define the rest of her life. It is the room in her head that no one else can enter, and the show treats it with the respect it deserves. It never makes the saxophone a joke, never uses Lisa's music as comedy material, always allows it to be exactly what it is. Maggie's untold stories are, of course, the most extensive, because Maggie is the character about whom the show has revealed the least while suggesting the most. We know she is intelligent beyond measure. We know she has demonstrated capabilities that no infant should possess. We know she has committed an act of violence. We know she maintains her silence deliberately and strategically. We know from various glimpses of her future that she grows up to be someone significant, someone whose adult life is marked by the qualities she developed in Springfield. Determination, intelligence, a watchful patience that looks passive but is actually the opposite. What we don't know is the story between where she is now and where she ends up. The path from the baby on Evergreen Terrace to the adult version of herself that the flash-forward episodes show. The development of that intelligence. The moment when she decides to speak, when she decides that the silence has served its purpose and the time for speech has arrived. The first time she stands up and is counted, fully and visibly, as the person she has been the whole time. That story is the one the show has been promising for 36 years and has not yet told. Maybe it will tell it. Maybe the arc of The Simpsons ends with Maggie, which would be fitting. The family's youngest member, the one who has been watching longest and speaking least, finally saying the thing that needs to be said. The thing that everyone in Springfield has needed someone to say for 36 years. The thing about the power plant and the water and the radiation and the billionaire who lives forever, and the town that has been voting to forget its own suffering since before most of its residents can remember. Or maybe the arc doesn't end. Maybe The Simpsons continues as it has always continued, adding episodes to a body of work that is already larger than any individual can fully contain, each episode finding something new to do with the same 5 people in the same house, on the same street, in the same impossible town. Maybe Bart stays 10, and Lisa stays 8, and Maggie keeps her silence, and Homer keeps falling, and Marge keeps holding everything together with the specific, patient, inexhaustible love that has always been the show's real center of gravity. There are people who have grown up watching The Simpsons, people who watched it as children with their parents, and now watch it as parents with their children. People for whom the theme music is inseparable from the memory of a specific room in a specific house, a specific couch, a specific time of week that felt like a small recurring holiday. The show has been part of people's lives in the way that very few things are. In the way that is more like weather than like entertainment. Not something you seek out, but something you live within. Something that changes without you noticing the changes. Something that is so present that its absence is almost impossible to imagine. This is the final untold story. Not about any specific character, not about any specific mystery or theory or background gag. The final untold story is about us. About the people who have been watching, about what it means to have given 36 years to a show, to have allowed a family of yellow cartoon characters to become part of the furniture of your life, about what happens when something that has always been there suddenly isn't, about the specific kind of loss that doesn't have a ceremony, that doesn't announce itself, that happens so gradually you don't notice until one day you realize that a thing you assumed was permanent was always temporary, was always approaching its end, was always moving toward the moment when the story would finally stop. The Simpsons will end. It will end because everything ends, because no matter how long the loop runs, it will eventually exhaust itself. Because the people who make it are human beings who will age and move on and run out of ideas and decide that they have said what they came to say. It will end, and the world will be different after it ends. Not dramatically, not in ways that make the news, but in the quiet, personal ways that matter more. And when it ends, the people who have been watching for 36 years will feel something that is both grief and gratitude. That is both the loss of a presence and the recognition that the presence was real enough to be lost. They will remember specific episodes and specific jokes and specific moments where the show said something that went directly to the place inside them that needed to hear it, the place that no one talks about in polite conversation, the place that art reaches when it is honest, and the place that stays reached when the art is gone. Until then, Springfield is still there. Bart is still 10. Lisa is still 8. Maggie is still silent, still watching, still waiting for the right moment with the patience of someone who has always known that patience is power. Homer is still at the plant, still falling asleep in Sector 7G, still finding his way home by the end of every episode, because in Springfield, you always find your way home. And Marge is still in the kitchen, still cooking, still holding the whole fragile, beautiful, chaotic mess of it together with her bare hands, the way she has always done. the way she will keep doing because she is Marge, and that is what Marge does. The house on Evergreen Terrace has its lights on. The family is inside. Springfield is still out there in the dark, strange and impossible and full of things nobody has noticed yet. And if you listen carefully enough, past the nuclear plant and the bar and the school and the church, past the signs nobody has read and the books nobody has opened and the newspaper headlines nobody has paused to see, you can hear something. It might be the sound of the town breathing, or it might be the sound of a story that has been running for 36 years and still, somehow, doesn't know how to end. That's Springfield. That's the Simpsons. Sleep well. Thank you for spending 4 hours in Springfield with us. If you made it this far, leave a comment with your time, your location, and your single favorite Simpsons moment. And if this kept you company tonight, subscribe. We'll be back with more. Springfield is always open. Bonus section: the long, quiet hours. Deeper into Springfield. We told you this would be 4 hours, so let's keep going. Let's go deeper. Let's explore the corners of Springfield that even devoted fans haven't fully mapped. The stories within stories, the minor miracles of craft hidden in seasons that people have stopped paying attention to, the specific genius that shows up when nobody is watching. Springfield's weather has never been properly analyzed, and it is worth your time at this hour, in the quiet, to think about it. The town exists in a climate that is simultaneously every American climate, as we touched on earlier, but within individual episodes, the weather has its own internal logic and its own relationship to the stories being told. Rain in The Simpsons is almost always emotionally significant. When it rains in Springfield, something is about to happen that requires the rain as context, as emotional background, as the particular quality of attention that rain brings. Not always something tragic, but always something that needs the specificity of weather to feel real. Homer driving home in rain is a different Homer than Homer driving home in sunshine. The rain says something about where he is going and what he will find there that the sunshine couldn't say. Snow is used even more deliberately. Springfield doesn't get snow in every season, but when it does, the snow performs a function that the show understands deeply. It makes things quiet. It changes the sound of the world. It slows things down. It covers the mess. Springfield under snow is Springfield as it would like to be, temporarily and falsely perfected. All its irregularities smoothed over. All its ugly compromises softened. Homer playing in the snow is Homer most connected to the child he was before Burns and radiation and responsibility accumulated around him. The Simpson children in snow are children in the fullest possible sense. Completely present, completely themselves. Untouched by the adult weight that the regular episodes carry. The relationship between the Simpson children and time is one of the show's most melancholy and most beautiful dimensions. They are children. They have always been children. They will always be children, which means they will always have the experience of being new to a world that is not new, of encountering things for the first time that the adults around them have long since absorbed into habit. Every time Bart and Lisa and Maggie experience something, they experience it as something being experienced for the first time, with the specific quality of attention that first experiences demand. This is one of the great gifts the floating timeline gives the show. Permanent access to first-time experience, permanent access to the kind of seeing that familiarity normally closes off. When Bart and Lisa play together, when they are not in conflict, when they are just siblings in an afternoon with nothing particular required of them, the show has always captured something true about childhood that is rarely captured on television. The specific texture of unstructured time when you are young, the way imagination expands to fill available space, the way you can be completely absorbed in something invented and completely happy within that absorption. The show has dozens of these moments, small and quiet and easily overlooked in the general noise of the show's larger plots, and they are among its most precious possessions. The secondary friendships in Springfield, the relationships between characters who are not the Simpsons and who appear in each other's company not because the plot requires it, but because the show has established that these are people who have lives that involve each other, are one of the more remarkable achievements in world building that The Simpsons has pulled off without anyone making a large critical fuss about it. Lenny and Carl have a friendship that is one of the show's great running background stories. Two men who have known each other for decades, who have worked side by side in dangerous conditions, who have developed the specific intimacy of people who have shared enough to not need to explain themselves to each other. Their friendship is not the subject of many episodes, and it does not need to be because it is so thoroughly established in brief moments, in the small economies of conversation that people have when they know each other well, that it feels completely real without requiring dramatization. The Simpsons has also, quietly and without much acknowledgement, become one of the longest-running documentaries of American life ever produced. Every episode reflects the specific cultural moment it was made in. The music, the technology, the political atmosphere, the economic conditions, the particular anxieties and aspirations of its year. Because the show has been running for 36 years, and because its episodes are preserved and accessible, watching the show in sequence is a kind of time travel through recent American history. The early episodes feel like documents of a specific late 80s American mood. The middle seasons feel like documents of the 90s and early 2000s. The recent seasons feel like documents of a cultural moment that is still too recent to fully understand. This documentary quality means that the show is doing something that no other artifact quite does. It is providing a regular, consistent, high-quality artistic response to the texture of American life across a significant portion of that life's history. Other shows have done this briefly. Other cultural products have captured their moment. The Simpsons has been capturing its moment for 36 years, which means that the accumulated archive of its moment capturing is a record of something important, a running account of what it felt like to be American, to be in a family, to be alive in the particular time and place that the show has documented. Historians will study it. They already do. The scholars who use television as cultural artifact have been using The Simpsons for decades because the show provides such rich, such consistent, such honestly observed material about American cultural life that it would be professional negligence to ignore it. In 200 years, when the specific texture of late 20th and early 21st century American life is historical rather than living, someone will watch The Simpsons and find it the best record available of what people cared about, and what they found funny, and what they feared, and what they loved, and how they lived. That person will learn more from the show than from most textbooks. They will understand something true about what it meant to be human in this time, in this place, in this country, in ways that only art that tells the truth can convey. The Simpsons tells the truth. It has always told the truth, in its particular way, through its particular combination of comedy and warmth and darkness and satire and love. It tells the truth about families, how chaotic they are and how resilient, how often they fail each other, and how thoroughly they keep trying. It tells the truth about communities, how capable they are of collective delusion and collective grace, how the same people can vote to exile an honest man and turn around and rebuild a neighbor's house. It tells the truth about power, how it sustains itself, how it purchases its own continuity, how it builds systems around itself that ensure its survival, regardless of what it costs the people inside those systems. It tells the truth about ordinary life, which is the hardest truth of all. That ordinary life is not a failure, that the specific texture of an ordinary afternoon, a family dinner, a drive to work, a conversation between a father and a child, a moment at the kitchen table with a sandwich in the silence of a sleeping house, is the thing that life is actually made of. is the substance of what we have, and that the stories we tell about it are our way of holding it up to the light and saying, look, this matters. This small, ordinary, chaotic, loving, terrifying, beautiful thing. This family, this house, this tomonwo, Springfield matters. That is the truth the show has been telling for 36 years. In background gags and freeze-frame secrets and character arcs and musical numbers and Halloween specials and flash forwards and guest appearances and chalkboard sentences and couch variations and all the rest. This matters. You matter. The people around you matter. The ordinary life you live, with all its compromises and its failures and its unexpected moments of grace, is worth paying attention to, is worth telling stories about, is worth watching week after week for 36 years to see how it turns out. How does it turn out? We don't know yet. That's the whole point. That's why we're still watching. The loop continues. The family is on the couch. The television is on. And somewhere in Springfield, in a room nobody has visited yet, in a background gag nobody has read, in a freeze frame nobody has paused on, the show is still hiding something. Still building, still placing things carefully in corners and on shelves, and in the spaces between what you can see and what you have to look for. Still waiting to be found? Still here? Still Springfield. Sleep well, you earned it. 4 hours in Springfield is not a small thing. It leaves a mark. You'll watch the show differently now, or you'll dream about it, or you'll wake up at 3 in the morning with a question about background signage that you need to answer immediately. All of these are acceptable outcomes. All of these are the show working exactly the way the show was designed to work. Good night from Springfield. Good night from Evergreen Terrace. Good night from the Simpson house, where the lights are on and the family is inside, and the world outside the window is the world that it always is. Strange and beautiful and impossible and ours. Good night. End of script. 4 hours of wild Simpsons facts to fall asleep. Total runtime, approximately 4 hours at standard narration pace. Section 11, The Anatomy of a Springfield Episode, How 42 Minutes Became an Art Form. There is a structure to a great Simpsons episode that is not immediately visible when you are watching it, the way the structure of a well-built house is not immediately visible from the street. You see the surface, the jokes, the plot, the character beats, and you respond to it as an experience. But underneath the experience is architecture, and the architecture is as deliberately constructed as anything in the history of American comedy writing. The first act of a classic Simpsons episode does something that took years for other shows to understand. It begins the story as far from where the story will end up as possible. Not through a prologue that establishes a conflict and then cuts to the main story. Not through a cold open that sets a tone and then returns to it. Through a genuine misdirection in which the opening act of the episode appears to be about one thing, and then, through a series of completely natural escalations, reveals itself to have been about something else entirely. Homer's Barbershop Quartet appears to be about Homer's midlife nostalgia for a brief period of celebrity. Then it becomes about what it means to peak. Bart Gets an Elephant appears to be about a radio contest. Then it becomes about the American tradition of acquiring things we cannot practically accommodate. Lisa's Substitute appears to be about a classroom crush. Then it becomes about what it means to be seen by someone who understands you, and what you lose when they leave. The transition between Act 1 and Act 2 in the show's best episodes is often invisible while it is happening, and obvious in retrospect, which is the signature of skilled construction. You don't feel the gear shift. You just find yourself in a different landscape and realize, looking back, that you have been traveling this road for longer than you noticed. The show moves you without announcing the movement. It changes the subject without calling attention to the change. The third act is where The Simpsons most clearly separates itself from lesser comedies. Most sitcoms resolve their third acts by returning to equilibrium, by finding the narrative thread that ties everything together and pulling it to a conclusion that satisfies. The Simpsons does this sometimes, but its best episodes reach their third acts and then do something slightly different. They find a moment of genuine feeling and commit to it completely, without the ironic distance that comedy usually maintains from its own sentiment. The ending of Mother Simpson, in which Homer sits on the hood of his car in the cold night air, after watching his mother drive away and the camera slowly pulls back to show him alone and small against the enormity of the sky, is not a comedy ending. It is not ironic. It does not wink at the audience. It commits to the emotion it has earned over 42 minutes with the total conviction of a show that trusts its audience to meet it there. The shot holds. The music holds. Homer does not do anything funny. He just sits, and the weight of what has happened sits with him, and the camera does not look away. The show earned that ending because of the work it did in the first two acts. The comedy of the early scenes, Homer's elaborate fake death, the administrative comedy of correcting his death records, is not separate from the emotional work of the final act. It is the same work approached from a different angle. The comedy makes you comfortable. It establishes the world, the characters, their relationships, in ways that feel light and easy. And then the show uses that comfort as the ground on which to place the weight of what it actually wants to say. The lightness of the first act makes the heaviness of the third act heavier, the way a quiet room makes a sudden sound louder. The Simpsons at its best is structurally a delivery system for emotion. Not emotion in place of comedy, not emotion instead of comedy. Emotion through comedy. Emotion arrived via comedy. Emotion that could not have been reached except by the specific path the comedy created. This structure is not unique to The Simpsons, but no other show has executed it with the same consistency and the same ambition over such a long period. The show has been doing this for 36 years. 36 years of finding the emotional truth inside the comedic situation, of trusting the audience to follow it there, of committing to the feeling at the end, instead of retreating to the joke. The episodes that are most beloved by the show's most devoted fans are almost always the ones that use the structure most fully. Not the funniest episodes necessarily, though some of them are among the funniest, but the ones that earn their endings most completely, that make you feel the thing they were building toward as something necessary, something the show had to say. And Maggie Makes 3 is structured around the reveal of a simple visual fact. Homer's workstation is covered in photos of Maggie. The episode spends its entire running time constructing a history, through flashback, of how Homer felt about Maggie's unplanned arrival, how he experienced the constraint she placed on his dreams of escape from the plant, how he struggled with the resentment, and then the love, and then the overwhelming, undeniable reality of a specific person being more important to him than any of the things he thought he wanted. And then it lands on the photo wall, on the specific way those photos cover the motivational plaque that Burns placed there to taunt Homer for returning. And every feeling the episode has been building, converts immediately and completely into something that is simultaneously a comedy punchline and one of the most sincere statements about parental love that any television show has ever made. The structural sophistication of the show's best episodes is partly what makes the decline of quality in later seasons feel so specific. The later seasons don't lose the show's ability to be funny. The jokes are often still funny. The characters are still the characters. What changes is the structure. The third acts become less earned. The emotional moments arrive without the preparation that made them land. The comedy stops serving the feeling and starts competing with it. And in that competition, the feeling loses. And what you have left is a show that is funny but not fully alive in the way it used to be. The writers who have tried to articulate what changed have generally pointed to something subtle about the relationship between the plot and the character. In the early seasons, the episode's plot is always, in the end, about what it reveals about the character experiencing it. Homer's barbershop quartet fame is about Homer's relationship with ambition and memory. Bart's elephant is about Bart's particular brand of impulsive desire. Lisa's substitute teacher is about Lisa's particular form of loneliness and her particular form of hope. The plot is a vehicle for the character. The vehicle exists to get somewhere that only the character can go. In the later seasons, the balance shifts. The plot becomes more elaborate, more reliant on external events and celebrity appearances and high-concept premises, and the character becomes more of a vehicle for the plot. Homer goes somewhere interesting because the somewhere interesting generates jokes. Not because the somewhere interesting reveals something about Homer that the show wants to say. The jokes are there, but the something to say is not. And without the something to say, the structure has nothing to support, and it collapses into mere entertainment. Mere entertainment is not nothing. The show is still entertaining. It has always been entertaining. But the difference between entertaining and great is the difference between a house that functions and a house that feels like home. And the show built a house that felt like home for a decade and has been building houses that function ever since. This is worth understanding and worth sitting with because it is not a failure. It is the natural trajectory of any creative enterprise that runs long enough. The extraordinary is not sustainable indefinitely. What is sustainable is the commitment to craft, the continued effort to do the work as well as it can be done at this point in the enterprise's life, and by that standard, the show continues to justify itself. Every season contains episodes that are fully alive, that do the thing the show does best, that remind you of what you loved about it and deliver a version of that love that is genuine rather than nostalgic. They are not as frequent as they once were, but they are there. The anatomy of a great Simpsons episode is the anatomy of a story that knows what it is about. That has something to say, that uses everything at its disposal. The comedy and the character and the structure and the music and the visual gags in service of saying it. That trusts its audience enough to earn its ending rather than explaining it. That believes in the emotional intelligence of the people watching enough to place weight in their hands and let them carry it. 42 minutes, Act 1 to Act 3, comedy as vehicle for truth. That is the formula, if formula is even the right word for something so alive. That is the machine, the thing that makes the show run, the thing that was built by a group of extraordinary people over a decade of effort and that continues to run imperfectly, humanly, in ways that make you love it even at its most frustrating, because the machine itself is a masterpiece. And a masterpiece that runs at partial capacity is still a masterpiece. Section 12. The Geography of Grief. Loss, death, and mourning in Springfield. The Simpsons is funnier than any show has a right to be about death. This is not a criticism. This is an observation about a quality that is rare in comedy and that The Simpsons has possessed since its earliest seasons. The ability to hold grief and comedy in the same frame without either one destroying the other. The show knows how people actually respond to loss, which is often by laughing, often by retreating into mundane concerns, often by experiencing the grief in fragments rather than in the continuous, overwhelming wave that people expect it to be. The show's treatment of death is authentic in ways that more serious treatment of the same subject often isn't, because it refuses to sentimentalize and refuses to minimize, and finds the comedy not as an escape from the grief, but as a dimension of it. Springfield has a relationship with mortality that is unique in television. The town's residents die with regularity, and they come back with almost equal regularity, and the show treats both the dying and the coming back with the same matter-of-fact quality that it treats most things. This is partly the show's general approach to continuity and partly something more specific. A philosophy about what death means in a world where the rules are different, where the biological processes are altered, where the social contract requires forgetting in ways that extend even to who is alive and who is not. Bleeding gums. Murphy's death is the show's most frequently cited example of death handled with genuine care, and it deserves the reputation. The episode treats his passing with a gravity that the show's comedic register doesn't usually permit, and it does so because his relationship with Lisa has been established with enough emotional depth that his death carries the weight of a real relationship ending, rather than the weight of a plot device being resolved. He mattered to her. He saw her. He was the first person in Springfield who responded to Lisa's particular kind of being with the kind of recognition that makes loneliness temporarily bearable. His death is the first major loss the show allows Lisa to experience fully, without comedy to cushion it, without a reset to undo it. The scene where Lisa watches his performance on a jazz broadcast the night of his death, sitting at the window in the rain while his music plays, is one of the show's great images. It is uncomplicated. It is a child grieving. The music is beautiful. The rain is rain. There is nothing more to it, and there doesn't need to be. The death of Maud Flanders is the show's most complicated encounter with loss. Complicated not only within the story, but outside it, because of the specific circumstances that led to it. Maud Flanders, Ned's wife, was written out of the show after the actress who voiced her, Maggie Roswell, departed following a salary dispute. The dispute itself was not resolved in the way either party would have preferred, and the death of Maud Flanders, caused, as we noted earlier, by Homer's inadvertent dodging of t-shirt cannon fire, carries the weight of that off-screen context in ways that are difficult to completely separate from the on-screen story. Within the show, Maud's death is treated with genuine gravity. Ned's grief is real. His attempts to process it through faith, through community, through dating again, are rendered with more care than the show usually brings to secondary character emotional arcs. The show is trying to acknowledge that this loss is real, that Ned's relationship with Maud was a genuine marriage, that the empty space she leaves in his life and in the show is not simply filled by whatever new storyline comes next, but the circumstances of the death, a t-shirt cannon, Homer's selfishness, the specific absurdity of the mechanism, exist in tension with the seriousness of the loss, and that tension is never quite resolved. The show chose to kill Maud this way rather than simply writing her out, which meant committing to the grief even while being constrained by the comedy of the premise. The result is something genuinely strange, a tragedy built on an absurd foundation, which is not so different from how real loss often arrives, which is rarely informs that the magnitude of the grief demands. Abe Simpson's relationship with mortality is one of the show's longest-running and most compassionate threads. Abe is old. He has always been old. He is the show's most direct confrontation with the reality of aging, with what it means to have reached a point in life where the people you knew are mostly gone and the culture that shaped you has been replaced by something you don't fully recognize. Abe talks about the past constantly. He reminisces. He tells stories that no one wants to hear. He lives in a retirement community that the show depicts with a combination of comedy and genuine tenderness, acknowledging both the institutional reality of how American culture treats its elderly and the specific human stories that unfold within that reality. The retirement home is Springfield at its most uncomfortably honest. The residents have been put somewhere out of the way so that the people who love them can love them at a distance that doesn't require constant accommodation. This is not cruelty. It is the kind of practical compromise that families make when the full reality of care exceeds what they can provide. The show doesn't condemn Homer for putting Abe in the retirement home. It also doesn't pretend that the retirement home is anything other than what it is, a place where Springfield sends its past so that it doesn't have to deal with it directly. Abe's stories about the past, which the show uses as both comedy and characterization, reveal a version of Springfield that predates the family we know, a version in which the same geography contained different stories, different dramas, different generations doing the same kinds of things that the current generation is doing. Abe's Springfield is the archaeology beneath the Springfield we see, the layers of history that support the present without being visible in it. His stories about the war and about Mona and about his own relationships and failures are the show's most direct acknowledgement that the world was in motion before Homer was born and will be in motion after he is gone. The show's treatment of pet death, which might seem like a lesser category, but which has generated some of the show's most emotionally resonant moments, is worth specific attention. Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, has died in episodes, has been separated from the family, has been in danger, has been the subject of more genuine emotion from Homer than Homer typically allows himself to feel about human beings who are not his immediate family. The relationship between Homer and Santa's little helper is one of the show's quiet masterpieces. A man who struggles with empathy and connection, finding that the specific quality of a dog's love, unconditional, immediate, requiring nothing in return and offering everything, is the quality of relationship that breaks through his defenses when nothing else can. The death of a pet in the Simpsons universe is treated with the particular seriousness that pet death deserves, and that American culture has historically been ambivalent about acknowledging. There is a specific kind of grief that comes with losing an animal companion, a grief that is sometimes dismissed because the relationship was just a relationship with an animal, and The Simpsons has consistently refused that dismissal. The grief is real. The loss is real. The show says so without hedging. The show's most extraordinary encounter with grief is in how it handles the impermanence of things that are not deaths. The loss of a job. The loss of a friendship. The loss of a version of oneself that was better or more hopeful. Homer has lost things throughout the show's run that he has never fully recovered from, and the show holds those losses with a kind of honesty that is unusual for a comedy. He lost his mother. He lost a version of his intelligence. He lost again and again the brief periods when he was good at something or famous for something or recognized for something, before the show reset and the recognition disappeared. These losses accumulate. In theory, within the floating timeline, they shouldn't. The reset button should erase them. But the show keeps finding ways to return to them, to reference them, to build the present out of material that was supposedly forgotten. Homer knows things about his past that the continuity should have erased. He is shaped by things that the narrative has moved on from. The losses have left something in him that is not erased by the reset. Some residue, some mark on the character that persists even when the story pretends it doesn't. The grief of Springfield is the grief of a place that can't remember its own history. It mourns without knowing what it mourns, feels the weight without being able to identify the source. The residents carry a sadness that the radiation theory explains, and the coma theory explains, and the collective denial theory explains, a sadness that comes from being unable to hold on to the things that matter, from living in a world where consequences don't stick, and memories dissolve, and the slate is always being wiped, always returning to blank, always ready for whatever comes next. But the family mourns better than the town. The family holds on to things. The family carries its history, even when the narrative pretends otherwise. The family is the grief's container, the place where it is acknowledged and processed and kept. The specific 5 people on Evergreen Terrace who cannot forget because forgetting is what Springfield does, and they are, at their core, resistant to Springfield's most powerful impulse. That resistance is why they matter. That is why we watch. Not to see the reset, but to see the resistance to the reset. Not to see the forgetting, but to see the remembering. Not to see the loop, but to see the love that makes the loop worth completing. Section 13. The Economics of Springfield. Money, class, and the American dream in animated form. Homer Simpson earns a specific salary. The show has mentioned it at various points, and when adjusted for inflation across the 36 years of the show's run, the number tells an interesting story about who the show believes its characters to be, and what kind of life that salary should provide. In the early seasons, Homer's salary at the nuclear power plant allows the family to live in a house, own a car, have 3 children, and experience occasional modest luxuries. Marge does not work outside the home most of the time. The house is decent without being lavish. The family vacations happen. The children's activities are funded. Homer can buy things that he wants, even if he can't buy everything he wants. And the things he can't afford are aspirational rather than necessary. This is a specific class position. It is the position of the American working class at a specific moment in American economic history. The moment roughly coinciding with when the show began, when a single income from a blue-collar job in a stable industry could support a family's comfortable, if not luxurious, existence. The economic assumptions underlying the Simpson family's lifestyle were realistic when the show was created. They have become increasingly unrealistic as the decades have passed, and as the economics of that class position have changed dramatically in ways the show has not fully incorporated into its narrative. The show is aware of this, partly. Homer's job at the nuclear plant is explicitly depicted as the kind of job that doesn't exist the way it used to. The kind of job that would, in the real world, have been downsized or automated or restructured out of existence at some point in the last 3 decades. The fact that Homer still has this job is part of the Springfield unreality, part of the preservation of a world that the floating timeline requires to be static, even as the real world moves. But the economic subtext of Homer's continued employment, something the show occasionally acknowledges directly, in moments where the gap between Springfield's preserved economic reality and the real economic reality of its audience is made visible as a joke or as a melancholy observation, Mr. Burns is the show's fullest treatment of extreme wealth, and the treatment is neither simple condemnation nor simple admiration. Burns is a villain, clearly and consistently, but the show is interested in the specific texture of his villainy in ways that go beyond simple evil. Burns is a man who has spent so long at the top of Springfield's economic hierarchy that he has lost the ability to relate to the people below him in any practical sense. He is not cruel in the manner of someone who enjoys cruelty. He is cruel in the manner of someone who has so thoroughly insulated himself from consequence that the consequences of his actions for other people are simply not real to him. This is a specific kind of wealthy person pathology that the show understood before the vocabulary for describing it became common. The billionaire who cannot remember his employee's name after decades of service is not performing cruelty. He is operating within an epistemic bubble so complete that Homer does not fully exist to him, any more than the specific individual fish in the river that his plant pollutes exist to him. They are abstractions. They are below the level at which his attention operates. His attention is on the systems, on the ledgers, on the strategies for maintaining and extending his position. The people those systems affect are noise. The class dynamics of Springfield are present in every episode in ways that are sometimes explicit and often structural. The neighborhood the Simpsons live in is not the neighborhood where Burns lives, and it is not the neighborhood where the town's poorest residents live. It occupies the middle position that the show returns to again and again because that middle position is the most exposed, the most anxious, the most clearly aware of its own precarity, without having either the resources to escape from below or the insulation to be unaware of the fall from above. Springfield's economic geography maps onto real American economic geography with uncomfortable accuracy. The wealthy enclave on the hill, the comfortable suburbs on the flatland, the less comfortable areas near the industrial zone, the areas that the show doesn't visit often and that the main characters rarely encounter directly. The show's geography is a class map as much as a physical map, and the characters move within it in ways that are constrained by their class positions, even when the show doesn't make those constraints explicit. Ned Flanders' economic situation is one of the show's quieter class jokes. Ned is prosperous. His leftorium, a store for left-handed goods, is not a business that should succeed in a medium-sized American town. And yet it does, which is either a comment on Ned's particular brand of providence or a comment on the specific way Springfield's economy operates according to different rules than the real economy. Ned's house is slightly nicer than Homer's house. His car is slightly more reliable. His lawn is immaculately maintained. The material gap between Homer and Ned is not enormous, but it is consistent, and it is felt by Homer, who knows that his neighbor, despite doing nothing more spectacular than being organized and responsible and not eating all the money before it can be saved, has slightly more than he does. The economic anxiety of the Simpson family is one of the show's most consistent emotional underpinnings, and it is expressed most clearly in the episodes where financial pressure becomes the explicit subject of the story. Homer's fear of being fired, which the show uses as a recurring plot mechanism, is real fear. The fear of someone who knows that his family's stability depends on his continued employment, and who knows further that his employment is not secured by any merit of his own, but by a deal he was not party to and does not fully understand. Homer's job is the foundation of the Simpson family's life, and Homer knows that the foundation is fragile in ways that the house above it does not reveal. This anxiety connects to the larger economic anxiety of the American working class that the show has been documenting across its entire run. The sense that the stability of earlier decades has been replaced by something more precarious, that the ground that was once solid has become uncertain, that the deal that was supposed to hold, the deal where work and effort produced a decent life with room for comfort and hope, has been renegotiated without the workers being party to the renegotiation. Homer feels this without being able to name it. Springfield feels this without being able to organize around it. The show documents the feeling with the specific accuracy of a document produced by people who recognize it from experience. The Simpsons has occasionally made this economic anxiety very explicit in episodes that deal directly with foreclosure, job loss, economic collapse at the community level. These episodes are among the show's most grounded, most connected to the reality outside Springfield. And they are also the episodes where the show's comedy is most strained, because the subject is genuinely difficult in ways that comedy can illuminate but cannot resolve. You can make jokes about being broke. The jokes are funny, but the situation that the jokes describe is not funny. And the show knows this, and the best of the economic anxiety episodes hold both the comedy and the difficulty simultaneously, letting each one do what it can. The Simpsons began in an era when the American dream was still assumed by most Americans to be structurally available to anyone willing to work for it. It has continued through decades that have progressively complicated that assumption. The show has not changed its characters' economic positions to reflect this change in assumption because the floating timeline requires a preserved Springfield. But it has changed the emotional register in which the characters experience that economic position in subtle ways, in the texture of Homer's relationship to his work, and to his paycheck and to the life that the paycheck provides. Homer in the early seasons trusts the system to work. He works at the plant. The plant pays him. The pay supports his family. The family lives their life. The system functions. Homer is not examined for his economic anxiety in the early seasons because there is not much anxiety to examine. The ground is solid. The deal holds. He can afford the donuts. Homer in the later seasons has a different relationship to the same situation. The same plant, the same job, the same paycheck. But the relationship between the paycheck and the life it is supposed to purchase has become more complicated, more explicitly managed, more anxious at the edges. The ground hasn't changed. But Homer has been in Springfield long enough to have noticed the pattern of near misses, the frequency with which the stability almost goes away. The sense that the permanence of his situation is contingent in ways he cannot fully control. He can still afford the donuts. But he knows now, in a way he didn't know in the beginning, that the world where he can afford the donuts is maintained by forces that do not require his input and do not guarantee his welfare. This is the American working class's relationship with economic security in the early 21st century, rendered in animation, running for 36 years, still running, still accurate, still finding new ways to say the same thing that it has been saying since December of 1989. The system is broken, the family is holding together anyway, and the donuts are still good. And that has to be enough because it is what there is. Section 14. The Philosophy of the Couch. What Springfield believes. Every show has a worldview. Most shows don't know they have one. The shows that know they have one are usually the ones worth watching for longer than a season, the ones that accumulate meaning across time, the ones that are, in some functional sense, about something. The Simpsons is about something. It has always been about something, and the something it is about has been consistent across 36 seasons and nearly 800 episodes in all the changes in cast and writing staff and quality and cultural context. The worldview of The Simpsons is not simple, and it is not fully consistent because nothing maintained by hundreds of different people over 3.5 decades is going to be fully consistent. But it has a recognizable shape. It has propositions that it defends, and propositions that it rejects, and propositions that it holds in tension, examining from both sides, without reaching a fixed conclusion. The first proposition that the show defends, consistently and with unusual conviction, is that ordinary life is sufficient, not merely sufficient, sufficient and more than sufficient, full, rich with meaning, worth telling stories about, worth taking seriously. The Simpsons began as a show about a family that was not exceptional in any conventional sense, and it has maintained that position across all the extraordinary things that have happened to them. Homer has been to space and met presidents and discovered ancient civilizations under Springfield, and been briefly transformed into dozens of different versions of himself. And the show's consistent position is that none of these things is more meaningful than the morning. He woke up and made breakfast and drove to work and came home to find his family on the couch. This is a philosophical position. It is one of the oldest and most contested positions in the history of human thought. The argument that the extraordinary is a category error, that meaning inheres in the ordinary rather than being the exclusive property of the exceptional, that a man sitting on his couch with a beer in his hand watching television is doing something as significant as a man climbing a mountain or building an empire, as long as the man on the couch is fully present in his sitting and his watching. The Simpsons makes this argument through 36 years of choosing to spend its time in the Simpson living room, rather than in the spaces where its characters' more dramatic adventures take them. The second proposition the show defends is that families are built, not found. That the specific chemistry of the Simpson family is not natural in the sense of being inevitable. These five people are strange together in all the ways that real families are strange together. And there is nothing about any of them individually that would have predicted the specific form that their family has taken, but is real in the sense of having been built through years of shared experience, accumulated misunderstanding, and accumulated forgiveness, and the daily choosing to remain in the same house and at the same table and on the same couch with the same people. Not because circumstances require it, but because the choosing itself is the act that constitutes a family. Homer and Marge's marriage works not because they are well matched, but because they have been building it for 36 years, and the building has produced something that transcends the question of whether they are well matched. The match was never the point. The building was always the point. And the building is continuous, requires maintenance, requires the regular renewal of the choice to continue building. Every episode where Homer does something that threatens the marriage, and the marriage survives, is another episode in the argument that marriage is not a state but a practice, not a condition you enter and maintain by not leaving, but a thing you do, actively and deliberately, every day. The show's most consistent philosophical position about children is that they are not projects. Bart is not a problem to be solved. Lisa is not a potential to be maximized. Maggie is not a mystery to be decoded. They are people, fully realized people even at their young ages, with specific characters and specific needs and specific relationships to the world, that the adults around them do not always understand and should not always try to manage. The show defends children's interiority with unusual conviction, particularly in its treatment of Lisa, who is consistently shown to be wiser than the adults around her in certain ways, and consistently shown to be in need of those adults in other ways. And the show never condescends to her wisdom or dismisses her need. The show's treatment of religion is one of its most carefully balanced philosophical positions. Springfield has a church. Reverend Lovejoy presides. The residents attend with varying degrees of genuine faith and social conformity. And the show treats religion with the same combination of affection and skepticism that it brings to most of Springfield's institutions. It takes the genuine faith seriously without endorsing the institution uncritically, acknowledges the comfort in the community that religion provides, without minimizing the ways in which institutions can distort the impulses they claim to serve. God exists in The Simpsons. This is not ambiguous. God appears. God speaks to Homer. God is a real character in the show's universe. And the show's treatment of this fact is one of the stranger and more interesting things about it from a philosophical perspective, because having God as a real character in your universe commits you to specific theological claims that most shows carefully avoid. The Simpsons' God is benevolent but not interventionist in the ways you'd hope. He has conversations with Homer about the nature of life and then lets Homer go back to doing the things he does. He doesn't prevent Ned from suffering despite Ned's devotion. He exists, and his existence is real, and his relationship with the residents of Springfield is complicated in exactly the ways that the relationship between existence and suffering is always complicated, which is to say, not simply. The show's treatment of science and education is more straightforward but equally consistent. Lisa is the show's argument for education, for curiosity, for the value of knowing things and thinking carefully about them. She is never mocked for her intelligence within the show's moral framework, even when individual characters mock her. The show itself stands clearly on the side of her intelligence, of her questioning, of her refusal to accept the comfortable lie when the uncomfortable truth is available. Lisa is the show's conscience, and the show's conscience believes in knowledge. The philosophical position that the show returns to most consistently, the one that underlies all the others, is something that can be stated simply even though it lives in the details. Love is the only thing that holds. not institutions, not money, not stability or comfort or success. Love, specifically and particularly, as practiced between specific people who know each other's specific difficult and beautiful and frustrating qualities and have chosen each other anyway. Burns has money and power and cannot die and cannot love. He is the show's demonstration that the absence of love is the only real poverty, that everything else can be purchased or engineered or maintained by sufficient resources, but that the specific thing the Simpson family has, the thing that makes Homer find his way home at the end of every episode, the thing that makes Marge still be there when he arrives, the thing that makes Bart put his sister first when it matters, the thing that makes Lisa play her saxophone in a house that doesn't always understand what she's playing, the thing that makes Maggie watch everything with love that precedes language. That specific thing cannot be manufactured or purchased or preserved by any amount of wealth or medical intervention or social engineering. That's what Springfield believes. That's what the show believes. Love is the only thing that holds. Everything else is a loop. Love is the reason to keep running it. That is the philosophy of the couch. That is what it means to come home every Sunday night to the same house, the same family, the same impossible town. Not because the show is comfortable or because the characters are perfect or because the world they inhabit makes sense, but because the love in that house is real, as fictional love goes, as real as love gets on a screen. And it has been real for 36 years, and it still is. And that is something worth returning to. Worth staying up for. Worth letting wash over you in the quiet, dark hours, when the world outside is the world it always is, and the house on Evergreen Terrace has its lights on. Good night, Springfield. Good night, everyone. Keep watching. End of script. Section 15. The Long Road to Springfield. The complete oral history of how the show came to be and what happened next. Every great thing begins somewhere small and specific and unlikely. The Simpsons began in a waiting room. The specific waiting room was at the offices of James L. Brooks, the filmmaker and television producer who was, in the mid-1980s, one of the most powerful creative figures in American entertainment. Brooks had produced and written for The Mary Tyler Moore Show. He had made Terms of Endearment. He had made broadcast news. He was, by any measure, operating at a level of professional achievement that made him the last person you would expect to be looking at the rough sketches of a cartoonist whose previous work consisted primarily of a single-panel comic strip in an alternative newspaper. The cartoonist was Matt Groening. The strip was Life in Hell, which Groening had been publishing since 1977, and which had developed a devoted following among readers of alternative weeklies in Los Angeles, and eventually across the country. Life in Hell was about rabbits, loosely, in the way that the most interesting comic strips are about their nominal subjects loosely. It was really about anxiety, about alienation, about the specific texture of being a thoughtful person in a world that rewarded thoughtlessness, about the gap between the life you imagined and the life you ended up living. It was also very funny, with the dark specificity that the best underground comics have always had, the kind of funny that makes you laugh and then feel slightly bad about having laughed. Brooks had seen the strip. He wanted to meet Groening. He wanted to talk about possibly adapting Life in Hell into a series of animated shorts for a new late-night television program he was developing for Fox. This was the Tracy Ullman Show, which would eventually become one of the more significant vehicles in American television history, not because of anything specific it produced, but because of what it incubated, what it allowed to develop in the margins of its own format. Groening arrived for the meeting. He was there to pitch an adaptation of Life in Hell. In the specific version of the story that Groening tells most often, he was sitting in the waiting room, and he decided at the last minute that he was not willing to sell the rights to Life in Hell, the property he had been building for a decade for what Fox was likely to offer. The calculation was instantaneous and practical. If the adaptation failed, he would have given away something he had worked to build, and if it succeeded, he would have given it away for less than its success deserved. So he invented something new in the waiting room. He took out a piece of paper and he drew a family, a father, a mother, a boy, a girl, a baby. He gave them yellow skin because yellow was a color that animated easily in the early years of the show's production, and because yellow was not a color associated with any real ethnicity, which meant the characters would read as universally American rather than as representing any specific demographic. He gave them names from his own family: Homer, Marge, Lisa, Maggie, and for the boy, Bart, an anagram of brat, which told you everything you needed to know about who that character was going to be. The meeting happened. The pitch was for this new family rather than for the rabbits. Brooks responded to it. The shorts were commissioned. The Simpsons shorts that aired as part of the Tracy Ullman Show between 1987 and 1989 are, watched today, recognizable as early prototypes of what the show would become. The way that early photographs of a person are recognizable as that person while being clearly a younger, less formed version. The characters are there, the dynamics are there. The specific chemistry between Homer and Bart, the friction and the love, is already present in its essential form. But the animation is rougher. The characters look slightly different, their proportions slightly more extreme, their expressions slightly broader. They are cartoons in a way that the later, more polished show is less cartoon-like, more carefully observed, more precise. The shorts were popular enough to warrant consideration of a full-length series. The negotiation between Groening and Brooks and Fox involved the kind of creative versus commercial tension that defines every significant television development conversation. The tension between the people who understand what the thing is and are trying to protect what makes it extraordinary, and the people who understand what television audiences want and are trying to ensure the thing succeeds commercially. In this case, the tension was resolved in ways that generally favored the creative vision, which is not the usual outcome and is part of why the show that resulted was unusual. The first full season of The Simpsons aired in 1989, and its reception was unlike anything television had experienced for a long time. The show was an immediate cultural event. Children loved it because Bart was the most openly transgressive cartoon character who had appeared on network television in decades. Parents were nervous about it for the same reason. School administrators tried to ban Bart Simpson merchandise from their halls. Then President George H.W. Bush made a speech advocating for American families to be more like the Waltons and less like the Simpsons, which was exactly the kind of mainstream opposition that made the show's young audience love it more fiercely. The counterculture aspect of the early Simpsons is something that tends to get lost in the retrospective understanding of the show as a beloved institution. In 1990, The Simpsons was controversial, not in the way that deliberately provocative shows are controversial, not as a calculated position, but because it was doing something genuinely different from what television had been doing. And some people were genuinely bothered by the difference. The show was irreverent about authority in ways that seemed new, even if they weren't. It was affectionate toward the working class in ways that didn't require the working class to be aspirational or to redeem itself through education and ambition. It allowed its characters to be failures and loved them anyway, which was not quite what television had been doing with its working class families. The competition between The Simpsons and The Cosby Show, which had dominated ratings for the previous decade, is one of the more interesting cultural moments in American television history. The Cosby Show represented one version of what television could say about the American family: aspirational, professional, successful, with problems that were manageable and lessons that were learnable. The Simpsons represented a different version: messy, struggling, full of mistakes that weren't always followed by lessons, full of love that didn't always take the form that love was supposed to take. Both shows were beloved. Both shows said something true. They said different truths. The seasons that followed the first were the seasons in which the show became what it was always going to be. The writers who joined in those years brought the specific qualities that the show needed: the Harvard-trained intellectuals who could write the parody with genuine knowledge of what was being parodied, the stand-up comedy veterans who could sense the rhythm of a joke and know when to hold it and when to let it go, the people who had grown up watching the shows that The Simpsons was in conversation with and who brought that conversation into the writing. The writer's room in seasons 2 through 8 is the closest American television has come to a concentrated, creative environment that was producing something genuinely new. The show won its first Emmy in 1990. It won it again in 1991. The critical establishment had been trying to figure out what to do with a show that was clearly excellent, but that defied the categories that criticism usually applied. And eventually they did what the critical establishment does with things that don't fit. They created a new category for it, the prestige animated drama, and put The Simpsons at the top of it by default, because there was nothing else to put there. The cultural impact of the show in its early years was multidimensional in ways that are difficult to fully characterize from inside the culture it helped to shape. The Simpsons changed the register of American comedy. It demonstrated that a comedy could operate on multiple levels simultaneously, that a joke could be funny on the surface and true underneath, and structurally elegant throughout, and that an audience would respond to all three levels at once without needing to consciously identify them. It changed what people expected from animated content, permanently and completely. Before The Simpsons, animation was understood in American television primarily as a children's medium. After The Simpsons, animation was understood as a medium with as much range as any other, capable of the full spectrum of human storytelling. The show influenced everything that came after it. Beavis and Butthead came after it, drawing on the anti-authoritarian energy of the early seasons and removing the warmth. South Park came after it, extending the satirical edge while making different choices about the boundary between satire and shock. Family Guy came after it explicitly and self-consciously and became one of the more interesting cases in television history of a show that started as imitation and became something genuinely itself. King of the Hill came from the same creative environment and made completely different choices, choosing specificity and warmth over satire and absurdism, producing a show that is in some ways The Simpsons' most interesting companion piece precisely because it took the same starting material in a different direction. The show's middle period, roughly seasons 8 through 15, is the subject of the most intense critical debate among the show's devoted audience. This is the period where quality begins to be inconsistent, where the ratio of transcendent episodes to merely good episodes begins to shift, where the show starts to show the effects of the turnover in the writing staff and the increasing distance between the specific human experience that grounded the early seasons and the more elaborate, more constructed storylines that replaced it. The debate about when The Simpsons declined, which has been ongoing on the internet since roughly 1997, is one of the more remarkable examples of a fandom working through a difficult emotional relationship in real time. The people who had the show as teenagers watched it change and felt the change as a personal loss, which it was in a specific sense. The show that had shaped their sense of what comedy could be was no longer consistently delivering the thing that had shaped them. They were being asked to continue loving something that was not quite the thing they loved, which is a situation that fans of any long-running work know intimately and that never stops being uncomfortable. The most honest version of this conversation acknowledges that the decline was not sudden and was not complete. The show did not break on a specific episode or in a specific season. It changed, gradually and then faster, as the people who made it changed and as the culture it was responding to changed, and as the challenge of sustaining a creative project at the highest level for a decade and then another decade wore on the individuals who were bearing that challenge. The show that exists now is not the show of the early seasons, but it is still a show that is capable of extraordinary things, Still a show that contains the bones of what it once was. Still a show that occasionally reaches back and produces something that could have aired in season 4 and would have been recognized as the best of what it was. The renewal cycles, the yearly decisions to extend the show's run, have become less fraught over time because the show has been renewed so many times that renewal has become the default assumption. But in the earlier years, each renewal was a genuine question. Is there more story to tell? Are the characters still capable of surprising us? Has the show said what it came to say, and should it now allow itself to conclude with whatever dignity a conclusion could provide? The answer has always been to continue, and the reasons for continuing have evolved over the years from artistic confidence to institutional momentum, to the simpler fact that The Simpsons is one of the most valuable entertainment properties in the world and will continue to be produced for as long as the economics of its production support it. This is not a romantic reason to continue a creative project, but it is an honest one. And honesty about the commercial reality of entertainment is something the show itself has always valued, which makes it fitting that the show's own continuation is governed by exactly the kind of commercial calculus it has always been willing to address directly. What does it mean for a show to go on this long? What does it mean for a creative work to outlast its moment of peak vitality and continue as a reduced but still real version of itself? These are questions that The Simpsons raises simply by existing at this length, and they are questions that the show has addressed within its own narrative at various points, through the self-referential moments where the characters seem aware that they are characters in a show that has been running too long, that the world keeps changing around them while they stay the same, that the permanence they embody is beginning to feel less like a gift and more like a constraint. The show's most honest recent moments are the ones where it acknowledges this directly, where it uses the tools of comedy and self-reference to say something true about what it means to be The Simpsons in 2026 rather than in 1992. These moments are rarer than they should be, but more frequent than critics who have stopped paying close attention would acknowledge. The show still has things to say. The show still occasionally finds exactly the right way to say them. The show is not the same show it was at its peak, and it is also not nothing, which is more than can be said for most things that have been going this long. The oral history of The Simpsons, if it were fully compiled, would fill several volumes. The stories from the writer's room, the negotiations with the network, the personal relationships and professional rivalries that shaped specific episodes and specific seasons. The stories from the recording booth, where actors who had been voicing the same characters for 3 decades found new things to discover in them each week. The stories from the animation houses in South Korea and later elsewhere, where hundreds of artists brought the writer's drawings to life, frame by frame, episode after episode, season after season. All of those stories add up to something that is more than any single story within them. They add up to the story of what it means to sustain a creative project across a human generation, to keep bringing people together, to make something that matters, to maintain the belief that the thing you are making is worth making, when the evidence for that belief is abundant, but not always recent. They add up to a story about commitment, the specific, difficult, long-term kind that is different from the commitment of inspiration, that persists past the excitement and into the daily labor and through the disappointments and around the corners where the way forward is not clear. The Simpsons was built by people who committed to it. It has been sustained by people who committed to it. It will continue for as long as there are people willing to commit to it in the specific way that commitment to a 36-year creative project requires. And when it ends, it will leave behind something that is larger than any of its individual parts, larger than any single episode or season or story arc, larger than any single character or relationship or joke. It will leave behind a complete world, a world that was built with more care than it was required to have, a world that rewarded attention and repaid love and gave back more than it was asked to contain. Springfield, for all its impossibility, is one of the places people live. Not physically, not literally, but in the way that places where important things happened live in people, in the memories and the associations and the specific feelings that come back when the theme music starts. People grew up in Springfield. People processed the experience of growing up in Springfield. People found out what comedy was and what love was and what loss was, in part through Springfield. People made friends who shared the language of Springfield. People formed relationships around shared love for something that had been made by other people, but that felt personal in the way that the best art always feels personal. That is the final fact about The Simpsons. The final thing to know, after all the background gags and the writer bios and the celebrity stories and the food and the music and the geography and the philosophy and the grief and the economics and the structural analysis, the final fact is that it mattered, not in the abstract, in the specific lives of specific people who encountered it and were shaped by it and are different in ways both visible and invisible, because it existed and they watched it, and some of what it said to them went in and stayed. Springfield is still out there, the house is still lit, the family is still on the couch, and somewhere in the quiet hours, in houses and apartments and dorm rooms, and wherever people go to be alone with something they love in the dark, someone is still watching. Someone new is watching for the first time, encountering the opening sequence for the first time, hearing the theme for the first time, meeting the family for the first time, not knowing yet what they are getting into, not knowing yet how long this is going to last, how much it is going to mean. They don't know yet, but they're about to find out. Springfield is waiting. It always is. That's the whole point. Thank you for 4 hours in Springfield. Good night from Evergreen Terrace. The lights are still on. Section 16, The Hour of Small Things. Every detail that deserved more attention. We are getting close to the end now. The town is quiet. Springfield is doing what it does at this hour, which is the same thing it does at every hour. Existing, breathing, running its loop, keeping its lights on. And in this last stretch of night, before we let the show rest and let you rest, let's go through the small things. The details that didn't fit elsewhere. The facts and observations and quiet wonders that the previous sections couldn't accommodate. The pieces of the Springfield mosaic that deserve a moment of attention before we're done. Homer Simpson has been shown to possess, at various points in the show's history, a singing voice of genuine quality. This comes up periodically, usually as a joke, but the joke only works if the quality is real, and it is. The show has committed to Homer having actual musical ability when he chooses to use it, which is rarely, because the gap between Homer's actual capabilities and his typical behavior is one of the show's recurring sources of comedy. Homer could be better at many things than he typically is. The show knows this. Homer mostly doesn't. The Springfield Isotopes, the town's minor league baseball team, are named in a way that makes them sound fictional, but that has a real-world parallel. There is an actual Albuquerque baseball team called the Albuquerque Isotopes, named specifically after the episode in which Homer discovers that the Springfield Isotopes are planning to relocate to Albuquerque. The fans of the show petitioned for the name when the Albuquerque team was being named, and the name was granted. A fictional team in a fictional town created a real team in a real city through the enthusiasm of the people who love the fiction. This is one of the stranger loops in the show's long history of feeding back into the real world. The episode Homer's Phobia dealt with homosexuality in 1997, at a time when network television was still largely avoiding the subject in any form that acknowledged it as a normal part of human experience. The episode featured John Waters as a gay antique dealer who befriends the family, and it handled the subject with the show's characteristic combination of genuine warmth and self-aware comedy. Homer's initial discomfort was not presented as admirable. His eventual acceptance was earned rather than simply declared. The episode won an Emmy and contributed to a conversation that American television was still learning how to have. Groundskeeper Willie speaks Scots Gaelic in one episode. This is not a joke. It is a piece of actual Scots Gaelic dialogue, recorded with genuine attention to the language's specific sounds and rhythms. The show researched it. Someone in the production cared enough about the authenticity of a gag, about Groundskeeper Willie's heritage, to ensure that the Scots Gaelic he spoke was real Scots Gaelic rather than an approximation. This is the show's attitude toward detail in miniature. Even a background gag deserves to be true. The Simpson family has a cat named Snowball, who has died and been replaced several times across the show's history. The various snowballs are an ongoing joke that the show has returned to periodically, each time slightly varying the mechanics of the replacement in ways that are funny about the specific human tendency to maintain fictions of continuity in the face of loss. The current Snowball is the same Snowball it has always been, officially, because the family has agreed to maintain that fiction, which is a small version of the same thing that Springfield does on a larger scale throughout the show. There is an episode in which Homer discovers he is distantly related to George Washington, and another in which he discovers he is distantly related to various other historical figures. The genealogy of the Simpson family, when assembled from its various canonical revelations across the show's history, describes a family history that is simultaneously typically American in its immigrant layering and specifically Springfield in its specific improbability. The Simpsons are connected to everything and to everyone, which is both a joke about how genealogical research works and a statement about the way all American families, if you trace them back far enough, eventually connect to the larger American story in ways that are surprising and not always what you would choose. The show has a specific relationship with Springfield's education system that is worth spending a final moment with. Springfield Elementary is depicted with consistent accuracy as a public school operating under real constraints. Underfunded, overcrowded, staffed by people who are doing their best under circumstances that don't always allow their best to be sufficient. Principal Skinner, whatever else he is a man who genuinely wants the school to work. His authoritarian tendencies and his specific way of managing conflict through bureaucracy rather than through understanding are the tendencies of a person who has been trying to maintain order in an impossible situation for a long time, who has developed survival mechanisms that are not ideal, but that have allowed the institution to continue functioning. The relationship between Bart and Mrs. Krabappel is one of the show's great complicated dynamics. Edna Krabappel is not a good teacher in the conventional sense. She is worn down. She is skeptical. She has been in that classroom long enough to have lost some of whatever idealism brought her there in the beginning. But her relationship with Bart is not purely antagonistic, and the show has periodically shown that there is genuine, if complicated, affection running through the conflict. She knows him. She has known him longer than almost any adult outside his family. She has watched him fail and succeed and fail again, and she has continued to show up in the classroom and continue the process of trying to teach someone who doesn't want to be taught. When Marcia Wallace, the actress who voiced Mrs. Krabappel, died in 2013, the show retired the character with a simple tribute, an episode that ended with Bart writing "We'll miss you, Mrs. K" on the chalkboard. This is the same chalkboard where Bart has been writing his punishments for 36 years. The surface that has been used for comedy more than any other in the show's history was used in that moment for something else entirely. For grief. For acknowledgement. For the simple, direct statement that someone mattered and is missed. The image is one of the most moving things the show has ever produced, which is remarkable given that it is not a story. It is just a boy at a chalkboard writing something true. The number 742 appears throughout Springfield with unusual frequency. 742 Evergreen Terrace is the Simpsons' home address. But 742 appears elsewhere too. In addresses of other buildings, in episode references, in background details that devoted viewers have cataloged as part of the show's general habit of using specific recurring numbers as a kind of signature. Whether this is deliberate or a reflection of the specific aesthetic preferences of certain animators and writers, or some combination of both, is one of those questions that the show seems content to leave unanswered. Maggie's first word, Daddy, was spoken in the episode Lisa's First Word and was provided by Elizabeth Taylor, who recorded the line as a genuine gift to the show. Taylor was at this point one of the most famous human beings alive. Her voice was one of the most recognizable voices in the world. And she gave it to a baby's single word in a cartoon, not as a commercial transaction, not as a calculated career move, but because she loved the show and wanted to contribute something to it. The moment is 3 seconds long. Taylor's voice unmistakably itself says the word, and then the episode ends. It is one of the more quietly extraordinary things the show has ever produced. The show's relationship with its own theme music deserves a final, extended appreciation. Danny Elfman wrote the Simpsons theme. He wrote it quickly, as he has said in various interviews, sketching it out in a short period with the specific brief that it needed to feel like the opening of something that was simultaneously classic and new, recognizable as the sound of a certain type of American family comedy, and also utterly unlike anything that had come before. He achieved this with a specificity that is rare in commissioned music. The theme sounds exactly like The Simpsons, not like what The Simpsons was supposed to sound like. Not like an approximation of the sound that the show was going for. It sounds like the thing itself, which is the highest compliment you can pay to any piece of music written to accompany a visual work. The theme has been played in different tempos and different styles and different arrangements across 36 years, with the specific tempo varying based on the length of the episode and the specific couch gag being accommodated. The theme is variable while remaining itself, which is its own kind of achievement. It can be stretched and compressed and still sound like the theme, still carry the specific quality of promise that an opening sequence is supposed to carry. The promise that something good is about to happen, that you are in the right place, that the family is on their way home. There is a moment near the end of the opening sequence that happens every week and that is never exactly the same twice, but that always produces the same feeling. Homer pulls into the garage. The garage door closes. The camera moves to the living room. The family converges on the couch from their various directions. Homer from the garage, Marge and Maggie from the car, Bart on his skateboard, Lisa on her bicycle. They arrive, they sit. The specific variation of the couch gag plays. And then the episode begins. That moment of convergence, that moment when the family comes together from their separate trajectories and occupies the same space at the same time, has happened 800 times. It has happened in every season, in every year, through every change in the show and every change in the world. The family always comes together. The couch is always there. The episode always begins. This is not nothing. After 36 years, after all the everything that the previous sections have documented, and all the everything that remains undocumented, and all the everything that will happen in the episodes that haven't aired yet, the family still comes together. Every week, on the same couch, in the same house, in the same impossible town that doesn't appear on any map, and that couldn't exist in any state, and that somehow contains every American experience that has ever mattered, and quite a few that haven't. They sit down together, they face the television. The episode begins. That is the show. That is everything. That is what the show has been saying for 36 years, and what it will keep saying for as long as it runs. Come home. Sit down. The family is here. The story is not over. The story is never over. Keep watching. Afterward, a letter to Springfield, to the town that doesn't exist and exists everywhere. You have been with us for a long time. You have been in our living rooms and our bedrooms and our screens for 36 years, and you have given us more than any fictional place has a right to give. You have given us jokes that we still quote at the dinner table, references that have become part of our private language, characters whose specific qualities we recognize in people we actually know. You have given us the specific comfort of a world that is always there when we go back to it, always the same while also always somehow new, always containing something we haven't noticed yet. You have also given us the harder things, the grief dressed up as comedy, the truth delivered sideways, the specific sadness of watching a family that cannot age while the people watching them do. The loneliness of Lisa, which is the loneliness of everyone who ever felt too much or knew too much for the world they were living in, the tenacious, impractical, absolutely necessary hope that sits at the center of a house on Evergreen Terrace and refuses to go out. You have given us Homer, who is one of the great American characters, deeply flawed and deeply lovable in the specific combination that the best characters achieve, who has loved his family imperfectly and fiercely and without restraint for 3.5 decades and who will, we trust, keep doing so. You have given us Marge, who has been holding everything together for the same period with a specific quality of patience that is not passivity, but its opposite. That is the active, deliberate maintenance of something precious against the forces that would happily see it dissolve. You have given us Bart, who is still 10 years old and still the kid we wanted to be when we were that age, still in the middle of the prank that will not go quite the way he planned, still somehow surviving the gap between his intentions and his outcomes. You have given us Lisa, who is still fighting, still believing that the world can be better than it is if you insist on it hard enough, still playing her saxophone in the window while Springfield sleeps. And you have given us Maggie, who knows more than she will say, who sees more than anyone suspects, who is waiting with the patience of someone who understands that the right moment will come and that when it does, she will be ready. We don't know how this story ends. We don't know when the lights on Evergreen Terrace finally go out, when the show wraps for the last time, when the last episode airs and the Springfield story becomes a finished thing rather than a continuing one. We know it will happen. Everything ends, even the things that seem immune to ending. But until then, Springfield is there. The house is lit. The family is inside. And somewhere in the background, in a sign nobody has read yet, in a freeze frame nobody has paused on, in a book on a shelf in a room the camera has never entered, the show is still hiding something. Still waiting to be found. Still building, still trusting, still depositing its care in the margins for whoever looks closely enough. We'll be back. We always are. That's the whole point. Good night, Springfield. 4 hours of wild Simpsons facts to fall asleep. Complete script. Approximate word count. 40,000 plus words. Approximate runtime at standard narration pace. 4 hours optimized for 11. Labs voiceover generation. Appendix 100 more facts from Springfield. Because we are almost at the end and the night is long and Springfield still has more to give, here are 100 small, strange, wonderful facts from the show's history, delivered in the order they arrived, without comment, like gifts left on a doorstep. The Simpsons' first episode was titled Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire and aired on December 17th, 1989. Which is a date that will be in every trivia book until the end of time. The show almost had a different opening sequence in which the family entered the house from outside rather than converging on the couch. The couch version was chosen because the couch is the emotional center of the family's domestic life and arrival. At the couch is therefore the arrival at home. Homer's dough is classified as an interjection in the Oxford English Dictionary. The dictionary entry notes that the word is used to express frustration at one's own stupidity or misfortune. This is accurate. The show has aired in every time zone on Earth at some point in its history, which means that at almost any moment since 1989, somewhere on the planet, someone has been watching. There are 6 official Simpsons video games that have been critically acclaimed, more than 24 that have not, and a number of licensed mobile games that exist in a category all their own. The Springfield tire fire has been burning since it was established in an early season and has never been extinguished. It is simply part of Springfield's landscape now, like a natural feature, producing its smoke and its specific orange glow at the edge of the town where it has always been. Marge's hair, when unrolled, extends to the floor. This has been depicted once on screen. The image is remarkable. Bart's full name is Bartholomew Jojo Simpson. He goes by Bart. Lisa's middle name is Marie. She shares this middle name with Marge, whose full name is Marjorie Jacqueline Simpson, née Bouvier. Homer's middle name is Jay. His full name is Homer J. Simpson, the J being a reference to Jay Sherman from The Critic, which was created by some of the same people who worked on The Simpsons, and with which it had a brief crossover relationship. The episode where Homer eats a poisoned blowfish and believes he is about to die is the episode that most clearly established the show's capacity for genuine emotional depth in its earliest seasons. Homer faces his mortality with a combination of regret and love and the specific comedy of a man confronting the infinite while unable to stop being himself. He survives. But for 42 minutes, he didn't know he would. Sideshow Bob has a tattoo that reads, "Die Bart Die." He explains this to a parole board by saying it is German for "the Bart thee." This is not accurate. Bart does not die. Sideshow Bob is paroled. The show has produced exactly one episode that was never broadcast in its original form due to content concerns. The subject matter of that episode is still not widely known outside the production community, and the reasons for its non-broadcast remain somewhat ambiguous in the public record. Ralph Wiggum's non-sequitur observations, which have been running since his introduction, and which have generated their own extensive fan culture, are the product of writers deliberately pursuing the least logical possible response to any given situation. His most famous lines are the ones where the disconnect between what he says and what the moment calls for is largest, which places his best material in the territory of pure surrealism, which is where pure comedy often lives. The Simpsons has been translated into more languages than the Bible has, which is a statistic that sounds like a joke but is approximately true. And that raises interesting questions about the relative universality of the two works. Professor Frink's scientific explanations are consistently based on real scientific principles, adjusted for comedic effect. The show's writers have maintained since the early seasons that the science jokes should be right enough to be recognizable to scientists while being absurd enough to be funny to everyone else. They largely succeed. Moe's Tavern is based on a specific type of American neighborhood bar that was more common in the mid-20th century than it is now. A bar that serves as a social center for a specific community of regulars who have nowhere else to be, and who have created a community in the margins of a place that was never designed to be a community center. This type of bar still exists. Moe's is a good portrait of it. The Simpsons has won 32 Primetime Emmy Awards, making it one of the most decorated shows in Emmy history. It has also won a Peabody Award, a Grammy, and various other recognitions that collectively represent the formal acknowledgement of its place in the history of American entertainment. The show's opening title card changes every episode, rotating through various phrasings that capture the current state of the show's relationship with its own legacy, its own audience, and the cultural moment it exists in. These title cards are another category of background gag, seen for a fraction of a second each week, adding up across seasons to a running commentary on what the show thinks of itself. Springfield has a professional hockey team, a professional basketball team, and a professional football team, none of which appear in episodes frequently enough to be considered major parts of the Springfield sports culture, but all of which exist in the background of the town's civic life as the kinds of teams that a medium-sized American city would have if it existed and were the right size. The Simpson family dog Santa's Little Helper has had puppies. The puppies have appeared and disappeared from the show's continuity. Their current whereabouts are not established in canon. Patty and Selma smoke a specific brand of cigarette called Laramie, which is a fictional brand that the show uses consistently rather than parodying any real brand. The consistency suggests a specific relationship between the fictional brand and the characters who smoke it. A relationship that is never made explicit, but that adds texture to their characterization. The show has referenced Citizen Kane more than any other film in its history. This is consistent with the reverence the show's writers feel for Orson Welles' film, which they have cited in various contexts as one of the primary models for what ambitious American entertainment could be. Lenny and Carl have college degrees. This has been mentioned at various points and is consistent with the show's general practice of giving background characters specific qualities that surprise you when you encounter them, that make the world of Springfield feel more complete than it needs to be for the story to work. The last word spoken in the most recent episode of The Simpsons that has aired at the time of this writing is like the last word of every episode before it, followed by the same silence that follows all stories when they end. The silence of a house where the television has been turned off and the family has gone to bed. The silence of Springfield at 4 a.m. The silence that the town returns to when the story is done for the night before it starts again. That silence is part of the show, too. The space between episodes. The time when Springfield is waiting to be seen again, when the characters are suspended in the space between one story and the next, when Evergreen Terrace exists but is not currently being watched, when the house has its lights on but no one is home in the sense of a story requiring them. The silence lasts until next week, when the opening sequence plays again, when the family converges on the couch again, when the story continues in whatever form it takes this time. The silence is fine, the story will be there when you come back. Springfield always is, that is enough. That is everything. Good night.